privileged to be off on a short adventure. Shelby let me know that he sent us a picture showing he was in nonstop, relentless traffic wherever he is. And when I contrast that to the privilege we had driving through Wyoming's vast, incomprehensible beauty yesterday and on our way home, I think we're the lucky ones. So Administrator Carlson and I are here on Dell's behalf, and as Dell addressed you at the last JAC meeting in Laramie on May 7th, he described his vision for working with existing policy, developing economic development initiatives to invest in our state facilities, to work more on preventive maintenance, which prevents larger major maintenance, which prevents capital construction when it's not necessary. The committee provided directives to begin the process to first bring a consultant here to talk about that vision of a strategic facility plan, and then also to begin efforts to implement condition assessments across the state, invite the community colleges and the University of Wyoming to participate, and we are beginning that process. In a short while, we'll introduce the consultant that's here today to assist us. But I want to point out that the second page the cover, the first and second page of the handout we provided today gives you a highlight of the initiatives that the State Building Commission and the Construction Management Division work through with the state agency side of capital construction.
The second page of the handout, we've got quite a few handouts.
Well, it would be the item, today's agenda item 2, and it's got the State Construction Department letterhead.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So that page and the following page describe the recent changes that have happened in the State Building Commission rules. Those changes were made to enable the State Building Commission to accomplish their duties in a better manner. And I've outlined a lot of those things that are now required by those rules, including the overall real property plan for agencies, which is very similar to what our consultant is going to talk about today. Data collection and analysis from all agencies. We do that. We've been doing that for the last 8 years since we became part of the State Construction Department with school facilities in a meticulous way. Our agencies are all very, very diverse. They have different facilities, they have different needs, they have different staffing, they have different funding. So it is a little bit difficult for the data collection and analysis of all agencies to be apples and apples and apples. I truly believe that's something with expertise in many different facilities they could guide us through. And then overall, this effort, I believe everyone who works on state facilities truly has the best interest of the state at heart, and they work very hard. But as I heard someone testify just the other day, it's very difficult to do more with less. You just do what you can. And I do believe that this effort and additional, analysis of what agencies are funded for their preventive maintenance is a very wise thing to look at, and perhaps even something that could be brought to the level of the major maintenance prescription that major maintenance is funded at a certain level per square foot, that preventive maintenance should also. That funding, while I think it would be better to stay within the agency budgets, it's kind of buried for the facility managers with them not necessarily knowing if they have enough. And it's looking like most of them do not.
Most of them do not know or do not have enough?
Do not have enough funding. Development of a comprehensive facility strategic plan will assist existing efforts, provide a clear roadmap for maintaining and sustaining state-owned buildings in Wyoming. And then furthermore, with the efforts that we'd like to wrap into this, training the facility management staff in proactive methods developing Wyoming workforce in the construction and tech ed is really important to the construction industry and our state facilities. Administrator Carlson has some comments she would like to bring forward. So if there are any questions for me, if not, I will turn it over to.
Well, I'd like to follow up with just a brief note that we had before we began, and that is the lease decisions. Currently, A&I makes the decisions on leases, and you're involved. At what point, if any, are you involved in the decision to lease rather than to build a building?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, if a capital construction request is coming forward, it will come through the State Building Commission, definitely. A&I has several tools that they've created and that they've used. For example, recently on the Riverton State Office Building in 2009 on the State Office Building that was proposed for the St. Mary's lot east of the Capitol, for a new State Office Building that was proposed on the Pioneer property. And generally, they do pencil out to pay for themselves in relatively short time when you take the leased costs that are invested in Cheyenne in particular in a fairly short timeline, 20 years or less. There is a larger effort that I believe needs to occur with that, and the State Building Commission has a working group that has looked at this, of establishing space standards and analyzing, are we using our space efficiently? And I think that we are still adjusting from coming back to the office in many cases. So maybe some of our buildings are not at full capacity, and there could be ways to think about that. But if we build something, I and my staff and the State Building Commission do look at it. If it's an agency that is moving or is growing or is smaller and needs less space, A&I Leasing does handle that directly.
Well, I guess what I'd ask is if you could give some consideration to adding to your work plan, understanding better the A&I process. If they just go directly to lease without first asking, are we better to make or own? You know, do we want to build it ourselves and own it, or do we want to lease it? That should be right at the beginning of every one of those. And I'm not sure what that process is. If somewhere down the line they decide they want to build, that's the only time you get involved. It could well be that if you were in at the beginning, the decision might be that you want to build rather than lease. And so I don't know what their level of sophistication is, but if you can just examine that and see whether or not some of that shouldn't be rolled up under you to initially make a build versus lease decision, and then if it's going to be leased, maybe you turn that over to them at that point.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Representative Larson.
Thank you, Suzanne. So as we had the conversation in Riverton about that office space, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, what come to light in the process is we don't do a statewide evaluation of office space and needs in the state. And so there's been a suggestion that maybe, to your point, in this whole process, looking at lease space, where are the greatest needs in the state for office space, and then do we lease or build? And the director of A&I, and as we went through that process, kind of identified as we was looking at Riverton whether to buy that office space or not, where are our greatest needs in the state. But that was kind of put together internally, and I think it's something that needs to come, particularly before this commission or this committee, on looking at what our needs are overall, so that we can address that up or down with consultation of those two agencies in a CapCon bill. But you've identified the gap, but I don't think that we really have in place rule or a policy that suggests how the two agencies recommend to rectify that gap. Is that fair, Suzanne?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, there in the new SBC rules, which were adopted in 2022, there is a requirement for agencies that manage facilities that they adopt management and use policies, which would include space planning policies and analysis. I should have also mentioned that we do have some appropriations for A&I for doing statewide office master planning. So we don't have.
Please, Representative, I like where you're going.
So I think your point is right on. And so when you look at those agencies that have facilities, so Department of Health, Department of Correction, but for other agencies such as Department of Family Services or DEQ that have statewide outreach, and it's difficult to, where are we putting them and what is the space available? For example, in Teton County, do we look to build or continue to try and lease? And so those agencies that traditionally have not had office space or agencies, is there a valid argument to put office space in there to consolidate those random agencies within there? And we if I'm understanding correctly, we have not necessarily made that type of assessment.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, no, it has not been completed.
Representative Stith?
Chairman, yes. I was curious to follow up on both questions here. Suzanne, is it anyone's job anywhere in the state government to make an economic analysis of whether in a given situation it's better to lease or build? That is, you can, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, yes, that is part of all capital construction and the SBC's responsibility to look and see if we're using our space responsibly, to have those use policies. We do have some space planning standards that were presented to the State Building Commission in 2018 that should be incorporated. And yeah, we do look at that, especially when there is a need that needs to be studied.
Well, follow on to that, I hear you saying that that's in your agency, but on A&I don't hear that A&I has a lease versus build. If they're going to lease, or they just lease unless for some reason they decide they want to get you involved. I don't hear that there's a comprehensive analysis on that side as to whether it's more efficient to lease or build. Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, there is an appropriation through the level 1 and 2 planning, which is reconnaissance and feasibility, which does result in an analysis of is it more cost effective to lease or own, that has been funded.
Okay, maybe you can give us a brief memo that kind of walks us through the process in both A&I and on the state construction division, so we can feel comfortable that those decisions are being looked at. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Serving as the liaison to the State Building Commission, I would concur with Suzanne's comments that A&I does have a very robust analysis. When an agency comes forward and said we need additional space in a certain community to do X, Y, or Z, A&I looks to see if the existing space they're in can be expanded on in terms of if the state owns it, do they want to add on construction-wise? If they lease it, is there additional space for lease in that area? So they do spend quite a bit of time deciding that. The other piece we have to remember is they can come forward with a capital construction request, and we, the legislature, then have to take their word for what it is, or is the economics really as accurate as they're presenting. And if they ask for a new construction and we deny the construction dollars, it makes these agencies gun shy to want to ask for new construction. They might ask for a little bit of additional square footage lease because the likelihood of getting that through the legislature is higher than a new construction project. And so sometimes we can be our own worst enemy as the legislature in terms of what's most cost effective. But back to your original question, A&I does have a robust analysis of deciding how to proceed with leasing versus construction.
Mr. Co-Chair, and then Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I think it would be useful to understand the big picture statewide, because even though we work with specific agencies, as we have just been talking about, there are agencies that basically do it on their own. You take the lottery, for instance, when they rented the building downtown, you know, they paid premium square footage at a premium location. Now they're going to buy the old Taco John building and transfer over there. But they're doing all that basically on their own, at their own compunction. This Game and Fish is like that. YDOT is like that. I remember when the Department of Workforce Services entered that new lease on a new building and that all went through the governor's office without any consultation with the appropriations or, as I recall, A&I at the time. So even though one of the reasons why we want to have these master plans and processes, because we know that those weren't some of the best economic decisions. And if you have control your own pocketbook, even though you can do that as a state agency, you still have a fundamental fiscal responsibility to do it the best, but also the least expensive way to operate state government. And so, essentially, someone needs to have some oversight over everything in one fashion or another, or at least knowledge and an understanding of the process. And so that's hopefully will be part of this master plan as we move forward.
Representative Lawrence.
Mr. Chairman, when we was looking at the Riverton office space, Department of A&I put together a wonderful spreadsheet that talks about each community, the annual rent, the annual square footage leased, and overall ranking in need for space. And maybe we could have, can you remember that, Dawn? Maybe we could have staff provide that for the next meeting, but it lists, it's really nice. And it really, I think, sheds light on your point on how we address this in the future. So my point is we have this, and maybe just ask staff to provide that for the next meeting, if that's okay.
Thank you. Please.
Mr. Chairman, one additional comment in the work that we're considering in this comprehensive statewide facility plan is Game and Fish and the Department of Transportation are not part of what that State Building Commission oversees. And so inviting them, we are certainly welcome to do so, or we would look forward to inviting them to participate. But it would be new ground that we would be forging.
Well, I think it'd take legislative directive, wouldn't it, Bob? Yeah. Okay. So I think a comprehensive review of those agencies that you don't have any say over is going to be an important part of that. Okay. You're on the two-page memo. We interrupted your narrative. Pick up where you were, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm complete unless there are any other questions.
Well, you opened by saying you sent an invitation to UW and the CCs to participate. Now I've been waiting patiently to find out the answer. Did you get an RSVP? Are they going to participate?
Mr. Chairman, I believe they're here to speak to you today. University and the Community College Commission and the colleges are all very willing to participate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so with that, Ms. Carlson?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, co-chair, members of the committee. Shelby Carlson, I'm the School Facilities Division Administrator for the State Construction Department. So I want to focus in on the K-12 school side and how we envision this strategic planning fitting into that entity. They would be one of the four subordinate plans, along with the state-owned buildings, UW, and the community colleges. So I wanted to start. I know that you have a sheet in here. It was in your last packet as well, but it is from the Bureau Veritas assessment that was recently done. And what I just want to share very quickly is how this really would help support the concept of a 20-year plan and the data that we now have available to support it. So it's a fold-out. You'll notice the red line just shows what the facility condition index will do if you don't do any maintenance work on that building. And so you can see the condition index on the left. You can see the cost in dollars on the right if you don't do any of those. Where I really want to focus right now is on those blue bars at the bottom of that graph. And those blue bars are the estimate based on their assessment of that building of the work that needs to be done that year. So if you look at 2025, you're looking at about $8 million worth of work on component systems. If you flip that page over and we look at that reserve, the estimated reserve cost, I just want to talk about that just a little bit. If we drill into that $1.5 million, which they say is the current deferred maintenance on that building, you drill into that number, you'll get just a very small portion of the list at the bottom. And I apologize, it is very small to read, but I think I can share the point there. If you look at the very first item there is the roof. And the estimate to replace it, $656,000. And so, and you can go on down through there. You would look at the, how high a need is it? I think we would all agree that a roof is a pretty high need. You look at the next one is cabinetry. Maybe not so much, right? You might say, that is something that can last. Maybe it's in really bad shape. You say, no, it isn't. We're gonna go ahead and push it forward. So I think I just wanted to show that the power and the information that we have available, it all has to be checked, right? Trust, but verify. You want to look into these data because a lot of it might be based on remaining service life, of which you get in and look at that component and go, no, we probably have 5 years left. So I just share that quickly to show you the amount of information we now have to help support long-term strategic planning on the school side. We know that educational facilities, one thing that Mr. Small will talk about is the level of service. The way you are going to look at caring for a school building over its lifetime is going to be different than you may look at for an office building, different than you would look at for a hospital, or different than you might look at for a correctional facility, right? They all have different needs. We know that a very well-constructed and well-maintained building can last for easily 75 years or more. When we look at the education side and the K-12 side, education evolves over time. Adequacy standards change, the way we teach change. I don't know about any of you, but I know when I went to school, I didn't carry a small computer with me that I did all my work on, right? So we just look at the change in the building needs for power, to charge all those computers, to run smart boards instead of chalkboards, those types of things that evolve over time. So I think as you look at the education side, that long-term plan may look different than it would look for an office building because we want to address for those educational changes. So you could look at it and say, we're going to put enough major maintenance in that we know we can keep that building for 75 years and we're not going to do anything else to it. And that's going to be a pretty higher level of major maintenance. We could look at it and say, no, because of the evolving changes in educational methods, we want to go in at some phase, year X, whatever that number was going to be, and we want to do a large renovation. So we might fund major maintenance at a lower level and come in halfway through or a third of the way through, whatever the data drove us to as the best decision, and come in and do a full renovation and do all your big components at that point in time. That might be the most financially feasible option, the best option, and it keeps that building steady and functional for education.
Okay, let me break to Representative Larson had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Shelby, if we could go back to this page and just help us understand your definition of deferred costs and the reserve costs, and then how you're familiar with the chart and it makes sense to you, but help it make sense to the rest of us on what the takeaway we should be getting from the blue lines, why in 2025 we've got high reserve costs, 2027 we don't have any. Walk us through that, please.
Mr. Chairman, certainly Representative Larson. So if you look on the left side of this chart, you'll see the facility condition index score. You've heard of that score before. That is the value of the deferred maintenance divided by the current replacement value of that building. And that's how that score is calculated. Across the bottom, you'll see the years as they've projected, looking at the assessment, and this is a very predictive model. So they're looking at the life of those systems, they're looking at the conditions of those systems. And then they are putting a cost. If they say that HVAC system needs replaced in year 25, they've taken that cost, they've inflated it to 25. It has a regional factor associated with it, and that would be the cost that shows in that bar. Now, within this bar, there's probably a lot more than that, but there's obviously something very large in year 25 that's going to drive that cost up to near $8 million. And so if you look at the light gray bars that then align with that red FCI score line, those are the bars of deferred maintenance you would have if you did nothing. If you didn't come in year 25 and take care of those component fixes that are projected and predicted for year 25, then that rolls to the next year. And that just keeps happening. If you never do that work, the gray line just keeps growing because you're not doing that work. And so you can see the condition at the bottom is excellent, I mean, we're keeping it at 0. And then you can see on the far right how the condition deteriorates over time if we don't do any major maintenance. Does that help?
Mr. Chairman? Senator Anderson?
On the back side of that sheet, I see you have next action, and it's all 2023. Did we do all that in 2023, or did we do any of that in 2023?
Mr. Chairman, I can't tell you the answer to that. They very well could have. The school districts are at the end of the fiscal year. They put together their major maintenance reports, and those come into the school facilities division by the end of July. And we'll know at that time what work they have done. They report on every project they do every year. And so I can't tell you at this point in time, what was done and what wasn't done. I would say that the districts know their buildings better than anybody, and they may have looked at some of those and said, yeah, that's a need, but I have another need maybe a little deeper on this list that I really need worse. It's nickel and diming us worse, so we may move to that one and push it forward and slide some of these down. Especially you could look at a roof, and they may have already done something. If this evaluation was done in 22, they may have been in there and did some work on that roof a year ago. And so that's the nice thing about this as well, is if they've gone in and done that deferred maintenance, that will come off the list. And then their whole value will change, and that will shuffle their FCI score. And so that's happening with every district every year as we record those improvements that have been made and the work that has been completed.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. So Shelby, I take it this is just a sample of a potential projected building that apparently is worth $80 million. But it doesn't make sense to me that why you would have some, I guess you're just building reserves, or you're expending reserves. I mean, this graph doesn't really make sense unless you have it in context of what we're talking about or what the building looks like, other than it's just a sample of how you do your measurements, I presume. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It is just an example to show you the kind of data that we have available for every school building that was assessed. Now, if you turn this over to the other side, I mean, you can look at it and you assume it's worth 80 million. That's at 50%. So the value of this building is closer to $160 million.
And that goes to the replacement value on the next page.
That's correct. And those are based on the square footage of that building. Those are based on the regional value on the cost per square foot that was developed through the Bureau Veritas project.
Representative Larson?
Mr. Chairman, Shelby, on this first page with the graph, as they look at the projected repairs in that, does that take into account routine maintenance that has or has not taken place, and then maybe are these components, whether it be the roof, whether it be HVAC, is this based on their expected life cycle? Or, you see, I'm trying to correlate what the life cycle, if we're doing routine maintenance, before a major maintenance event takes place. And are we able to see that in this graph, or would that be some other information that's available that we could plug in and look at that?
Mr. Chairman, this is a measure of major maintenance. Now, obviously, if routine maintenance hasn't been performed as it should, that might drive a major maintenance project sooner, but we are not looking specifically at routine maintenance. It's just the major maintenance where we're looking at a major component.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. And so, but it seems there, I want to understand your response. So this is just looking at major maintenance, but it seems to me that routine maintenance would play an important factor in looking at when you would expect major maintenance to take place.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct.
Thank you.
Representative Stith?
Chairman, Ms. Carlson, thank you. So let's imagine you've got two school districts, one of whom uses this tool and really pays close attention, and for every year, for each line item here on the bottom, they check the box and they do everything exactly the way they're, contemplated. Then it seems like the model works really well. But school districts, of course, they have local control. They get a block grant. They can spend their money how they want. Let's imagine another school district where they've got this same chart, but they decide that they would rather spend their money on something else that they think is more useful. Does the School Facilities Commission track that in any way to say, yes, hey, we have this set of school districts who are kind of following the model, and then we've got these other districts that are, not replacing their roof and getting way, way behind? Is there any kind of, what's the tracking of, the model versus what they actually do?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, the districts annually do a report. We also to record and tell us what work they performed, major maintenance, the year previous. In addition, we do facility planning with each district, and that is done by the School Facilities Department in collaboration with the district. So we are identifying through that process those, you'll hear them called onesies, twosies. Those are those components that are in the worst condition that need to be on their list and in their projections. Now, back to one of Representative Larson's comments, a lot of this data is based on remaining service life. So if you go in and you look at, say, a boiler, and it says you've only got 5 years left, or maybe you don't have any time left in that remaining service life, but that boiler is working just fine. Now you need to keep your eye on it, right? You can be thinking of those things, but as long as it's functioning properly, you wouldn't want to go replace it. Same with the roof, right? If you've been in, it's got an expected 20-year life, but you've been in, say, at year 15 and done some patchwork and worked on it, and it's still got more life than 0, you might push that out based on condition. The districts do have the authority, they have local control of those dollars, but they do get reported to us, and we know what is happening and how they're using those dollars.
Follow up? Okay. Anyone else? All right, back to you, Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think as we talk about the strategic plan, obviously, as we look at how to best move forward, those all become policy decisions on how we want to fund schools and how we want to look at this long-term strategic plan. We envision that we would have a working group with a cross-section of district personnel from across the state that would work together to help us develop that subordinate plan. and get that in place. We obviously would still be coordinating with all districts at different points in the discussions, but that's how we envision pulling this together. I would say one of the values to a long-term 20-year strategic plan for a district. So we'll put the framework overarching and give them the tools to develop their individual plan if they were to choose to do so. The advantages to that are you now have confirmed, supported, formulated financial need based on the data that you have. And so instead of everything just be a formulated amount of money that comes to you, now can say, here's what that district needs. And I think as an example, when you look at a smaller district that maybe doesn't have as high an ADM, and maybe they have a K-12 school. It's still a very large school, but they don't have a lot of ADM. They may only get in the neighborhood of $250,000 a year for major maintenance. If they have a roof if they have an HVAC system coming, that's gonna cost them $3 million. They can't save enough money to do that, not and keep up with the rest of their work.
That's a
So,
familiar situation here in Johnson County.
Mr. Chairman, yes. And so, that this way now we've got the model to show this district is going to need a school, or a roof at this point in time. They're going to have some assistance to cover that because we want them using that major maintenance to take care of the other components in the building so that we create the life cycle out of that building that we're after. So it gives us a model and a plan that helps support that financial ask. It's going to help the school facilities division put that budget together because we know where those needs are. We know where that money needs to be directed to keep those buildings together. And Administrator Norton mentioned this, but also part of that plan will be the workforce needs. How do we keep our people trained? How do we keep those folks knowing what they need to do, doing the routine maintenance as they should, keeping up with the major maintenance? So one of the actions that Director McComey is going to take is we are looking to put some routine maintenance training together in the fall. We will look at an 8-hour, one-day session. It would be for staff for any state-funded and operated building, so UW, community colleges, schools, state buildings, to come in for that 8-hour, kickoff training. And then we envision doing 1 to 2, maybe more if needed, like 2 to 3 hour virtual trainings that would be much more focused. They would be more specific to different training aspects that they need. Maybe it's specific to HVAC systems or those types of things and how to maintain those. So that is a vision that Director McComey has, and we look to move forward with that this coming fall. So I think just to wrap it up, some of the advantages to, thank you, a long-term plan would be being able to forecast the needs, being able to plan for those needs, trying to put a sustainable and dependable funding source in place. I think as you look at a district and they think, well, we're high on the list, we've got a new building coming, is it a good investment to go take care of a $3-4 million HVAC system? Well, probably not if we're going to replace that building in 5 years. So you may make the decision, we shouldn't do that because we know this building's going to get replaced. But if that falls through, now we've got an HVAC system that's in a higher need. So we build a system that can be more dependable, and they know how we spend those dollars to be financially responsible with them. And then just again, to push in on the benefits to the state of Wyoming. When we put a whole lot of building money out there at once, we drive inflation, our own inflation. We have to have out-of-state contractors come in to support, and then we hit a trough and there's no money out there, and it puts our local contractors in a tough position. It's hard to invest in the equipment and the personnel that they need and get them trained, and then we hit that trough. They end up going out of state, and sometimes those workers don't come back. And we want to keep our Wyoming workers in Wyoming. I know at least in the highway business, we knew that every dollar that an employee made that went to an employee or was spent in the state of Wyoming turned over 7 times within the state, right? Because it goes to the local grocery stores and towards mortgages, and it stays here. We're bringing in out-of-state workers, which we get some great workers from out of state, but a little bit of that money stays here, but most of it goes back home where they're from and turns over in that community.
Representative Stith and then Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Carlson, we were given a spreadsheet about a year ago when we were talking on this same topic, and it showed the gap between the amount of money the legislature has appropriated for major maintenance and the amount of money that's spent. And if I recall, is over $300 million that the legislature has appropriated, a lot more than what's been spent on major maintenance. And my question is that gap between the amount of money the legislature's appropriated for major maintenance and the amount of money actually spent, does that still exist? Is it about the same? Is it at an appropriate level? Do you have a thought about that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, I do have a comment on that, and there is a backlog on the state agency side due to an executive letter that was issued in April or May of 2020 for state agencies to hold back on moving forward with major maintenance spending if it wasn't an emergency and if it was over $100,000. And that was due to the revenue shortfalls that were happening. And I believe it was the executive branch intent to leave those funds available to the legislature to appropriate, to change the appropriation if needed. That hold on that spending wasn't lifted until, I think, 2022. But agencies in particular are making big progress on moving their projects forward after that kind of freeze on that spending happened.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So that makes sense on the state agency side. That would not apply to the school districts, though, right? So I don't know, Ms. Carlson, if you have an opinion about, there's just this gap that there's been a lot more money appropriated for major maintenance than has actually been spent. And maybe that's appropriate because maybe the school districts need to save the money in part for a large expected one-time expense like a new roof, which would be very expensive. I just trying to get a sense for if that, we're appropriating more money than they're spending. And the question is that appropriate? Is it more than it should be? Is it less than it should be? Do you have a thought about that?
Mr. Chairman, I can't say that I know what that gap is, but I do think if we go back to the example I gave earlier, those districts may save that money because they know they have a big project coming, that they need to save those reserves to use towards that project in a number of years out. So I know they do save their money as they plan and forecast for that bigger need that they're going to have in a few years. And the data from this study will help them do that.
Representative Larson, with your permission, Senator Gru's been waiting quite a while. I'm going to go to Senator Gru. Senator Gru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this report, ladies. It's been really helpful, but just a quick question. It says down the next steps or what's next. Do you feel with this framework that you guys have created, and it looks like you put a lot of thought into it, and I appreciate it. And I know Dell has too, but do you feel you have all the tools that you need? I know that it's going to be up to us, of course, to fund the major maintenance and make sure that we keep an adequate flow of funding to make this all work. But I'm talking about now with our friends in the school districts and all that, sometimes, and it's been alluded to with other questions about sometimes some school districts are more on top of this than others. And then the ones that aren't sometimes then fall back on some old habits about just go to their legislator who goes to the governor who B11 some money to fix whatever problem there is. Do you feel at this point you have the tools you need to keep this going? Or is there something else we need to be looking at in the carrot and stick category? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we certainly have the framework to understand what deferred maintenance and what maintenance is coming to us. I think as we discuss, Senator Guru, the idea of a 20-year strategic plan it needs to be more robust than what we have here. We've just got the information here to help us build that plan. And we will look to somebody to come in and help us build that 20-year strategic plan. And I would say, in general, the districts care deeply about their buildings, right? They try to take care of those buildings for their students. I think where you often see, and keeping up with training, you get to some of these small districts and the business manager is also the facility manager, and they're also the one that's out there at 7 o'clock in the morning shoveling the snow.
And they teach Spanish, one section of Spanish too.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. So, sometimes the resources, especially in those smaller districts, are very slim. You look at a larger district and they have more resources available to them to help them with those activities.
So, and you said we're going to bring somebody in to help, and I believe that somebody may be Mr. Small, who is behind you and has an 11 o'clock hard stop, so we want to try and close out here pretty quick. Representative Larson, then Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a general question, kind of going back to Representative Stiff's comment on the document he recalled. My recollection of that is that we have always shown that we've underfunded major maintenance for the most part, particularly on the state side, and that the gap has been that there's more major maintenance that needs to be done than we have funded. Now, I may be not recollecting the appropriate document. The second thing that I would ask is, on the school side, Ms. Carlson, we just have a pretty good idea of the inventory, the life cycle of the components, where we're at, and projecting when those life cycle ends that we're going to need a new roof, whatever that may be. Suzanne, to you, my question is that it seems that our understanding of the conditions on the state side are not as robust, but really need to be. Is that a fair statement? And if so, would this plan help get that understanding, fill that gap, if I'm right in looking at that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, it is not as robust. The analysis is not there. There are state folks very diligent in looking after their facilities, but we don't have the analysis, and having the assessment. The last assessment results, I think, were published in 2018. We do like to do them at least every 5 years or on an ongoing basis. And we need to get that underway, and we need assistance with it.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Carlson, your suggestion or your discussion about leveling out the labor in Wyoming, are you leading up to a minimum amount of major maintenance every year so we don't have these spikes and drops on major maintenance in Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, I was really talking more about the flow of overall capital construction dollars into our economy with projects. Now, as we look at, I envision that the plans would come out and say, here's the level, depending on the model that we pick. So say we want to do a big renovation to a school at year X, and we want to have the life of this school be 75 years, 100 years, whatever that is, we would then pick that level of major maintenance that would fit that model.
Please.
But if we could, to eliminate a spike like 25, if we just had a level amount that we're putting in every year, we would maybe alleviate some of those spikes and some of those drops that we see here.
Mr. Chairman, those spikes and drops are actually related more to that major maintenance activity that's coming, right? So we would not want to go and replace a roof before it's due, right? So you're still going to see when the service life or the condition says that roof is due in year X and it's going to cost $2 million, you're still going to see that spike come in there. Now, maybe you've saved money to be ready for that, or we know the amount that we need to come in and ask for as component projects to fund that project at that particular district. And one other comment I might make, and this goes back a little bit to Representative Larson's question, is the schools are funded at 2% at the current time. What we know from previous studies that were done is only about 1.6% of that hits the school building itself. And the reasons for that are they've got exterior site items they have to work on too, right? Parking lots, sidewalks, exterior lighting, their outdoor facilities. So some of that money heads out to those areas. So we know that we're only hitting the building with about 1.6% of that major maintenance funding.
Anything else? Okay, Ms. Norton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Anderson, I would just like to maybe get to part of the question that I think you were asking, is that if there were a steady stream of funding for preventive maintenance, major maintenance, and even potentially a construction reserve account, so that the funding stays flat over time, and then the various approval boards would recommend taking funding out of that, we would hopefully be able to avoid some of those peaks and valleys in all of those phases of building care. And I think that's part of Director McComie's vision.
Okay. Anything else for these two folks? We're going to try and bring this to a close. I do, anything else, anyone? Ms. Norton, I wanted to just circle back around when Ms. Larson opened up. She talked about four components of this master strategic plan: state-owned buildings, UWCCs, and K-12, to which I would add there is a fifth, which is these other agencies that are either enterprise funds or they're off budget, as noted by Representative Co-Chairman Nicholas, GNF, DOT, lottery, et cetera. That category has to be added to your strategic plan overall. And I understand that you don't currently have any sort of legislative authority over those folks, but we want them at the table. And they have to be part of this process early on rather than later on we decide just to roll them into it. It's got to be up front. So with that, I'm going to turn to the co-chair for his thoughts on how best to approach that as we move forward with these other agencies.
So Suzanne, I do think we need to just make a list of every entity, including WYDOT, Game and Fish, Oil and Gas Commission, all those folks. So and have them, at one of our next meetings, present to us what they do and how they address this same issue. And if they do, and if, so we can see how every building in the state operates, because we're responsible for all of them. We've delegated that authority to them to do it. But we still have an oversight responsibility, I think. At least that's my perspective of it.
So it'd be oversight in the best sense of the word. Yeah. So if you'll get us the list, we'll issue the invitation.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I would say that the leasing report for some of those agencies, lottery and so on, is reported on quarterly, but we will reach out to the other agencies also, Oil and Gas Commission, Game and Fish.
Okay, and if you want to do a wrap up and then perhaps set the stage for Mr. Small.
Thank you for allowing us to testify. I think that there's likely to be additional questions based on Mr. Small's testimony. Ms. Carlson has an introduction for him, and I'll step back and allow him to come up, but I'll be handy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to introduce Mr. Bill Small. Bill is a principal and one of the owners of FEA Consulting. Bill has over 35 years of facility design, assessment, and consulting experience, and he's been with FEA for 30 years. FEA is a consulting company that specializes in advising owners and managers in the maintenance and sustainment of their facilities. FEA has worked in all 50 states in over 40 countries and has an office in Cheyenne. FEA has provided strategic consulting services to owners and managers of large portfolios since 1993 and has worked with Wyoming providing similar services since 2006. Other notable clients include the state of Minnesota, the state of Oregon, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the General Services Administration, and the National Park Service. So why are we here? The state of Wyoming has long understood facilities require significant resources to construct, maintain, and sustain. FEA and Bill Small personally have worked on various assessments, analysis, and studies for the state over the last 16 years and has a deep appreciation for Wyoming facilities' needs and challenges. One of the challenges that have been recognized is the lack of a cohesive strategic plan for facility maintenance and sustainment. So Bill's testimony today will be in the area of facility strategic planning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Small, welcome. And welcome to Buffalo, Wyoming. Have you been here before?
I have.
All right, super.
Thank you. Bill Small, I'm with FEA. Thank you for having me today. And I have to say, every time I come back, I remember why I enjoy Wyoming so much. You are all blessed to have a wonderful place to live. And just this morning, as I drove between the hotel and this venue, I realized just how much it takes to take care of the vast portfolio of facilities that folks own, and yourselves included. I'm sorry, sure.
Some of these older guys can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
And some of us younger guys.
Let me know. Better? Okay.
Where are you from?
Well, originally I grew up on the East Coast, and I went to school in Northern New York, spent a lot of time in Virginia, spent a fair amount of time living in Colorado. And the reason I ended up living in Colorado was because I went on a cycling trip that took me from Montana to Wyoming. And that cycling trip got me interested to say, I want to live out there when I can. So I had an opportunity to do that and needed to be in the Denver area because of the work opportunity that I had. But then had the good fortune of working with Wyoming for the last 16 years. So I do have a long background of working with the state, and both on school facility side and state building side. And I had prepared a number of remarks, and I'll try to get through my preparation, but there are a number of things that have been discussed that I feel I could also shed light on based on my own experience and perhaps an outside perspective of a consultant. So I would say if feel free to ask questions. I think that's why I'm here. So if you have any questions that even you'd like to repeat, that's okay. You'll get my perspective. So I think that's important. So the topic of facility strategic planning is an important one. And I'll set that table by thinking about the money first, right? That's where people go often, is the money. And if we think about how we care for facilities, once they're constructed, it's just like anything else. Whether you have a child, a pet, a house, once you have it, it costs way more to maintain it than it did to get it in the first place. So that's why we're here. Is the long-term care of these facilities is what brings us together. The long-term care includes routine maintenance, which preventive maintenance we've heard is part of routine maintenance. Major maintenance is part of that long-term care. Periodic renewal in the way of renovation, upgrades, those kinds of things are part of your long-term care, and occasionally replacement. Those are all components of what would be considered in a facility strategic plan. When we think about just starting from the basics, what we do day to day, we talk about the routine maintenance side. We think in terms of perhaps 0.5% to as much as 1.5% of CRV for that kind of work. Now, why does it vary? It varies, and Shelby brought up, due to level of service. And that means, how do we care for the things we care for? How do we do the activities? How often do we do them? To what degree of care? You may think of a hospital as going through a bit of a different kind of routine maintenance program than you might a storage facility, for sure, right? So, and the spectrum is that wide. So your facilities cover a very broad spectrum, so that the nature of the plan would be to look at each of these and say, what is required as you build these plans at these different facilities, at what level of service, so that we can dial in the right level of routine maintenance to be able to care for those facilities on a daily basis. The lack of that care results in what is considered unplanned or corrective maintenance. And when you are lopsided on that, you will often, if you're in a reactive mode, spend multiples of what you would have spent on your preventive maintenance in dealing with corrective maintenance. And that is all the collateral damage that goes with your deferment of preventive maintenance. So we want to look at that as part of an overall strategic plan to say, what level of service are we going to provide? What does that mean in terms of resourcing, both in dollars and people, in able to deliver those services in order to deliver that preventive maintenance program? A lot of discussion today was on major maintenance. Major maintenance is a big part of it, but it really does truly all start with the recurring maintenance side and the preventive maintenance side. So we want to make sure that these two things are being talked about. When we look at the implications to Wyoming, and we consider what would this mean for Wyoming, then I believe you start to think about the capital construction side, as well as your routine maintenance and your major maintenance. The capital construction side of your business will be a large economic opportunity for the contractors that are providing these services. I was talking with one of your districts just this morning here, and learned that the way that they are getting their major maintenance projects executed is by hiring outsourced labor for specific tasks, and that outsourced labor is coming from out of state. So that is part of the challenge here. So if we look at preventive maintenance, we look at the major maintenance, we look at the capital construction parts of the equation, each one of those have an opportunity to employ people in the state of Wyoming. However, to the extent those things are unknown, reactive, spiky, unplanned, any of those things will result in an irregular workforce, an inconsistent workforce, and a variable workforce. And what's the result of that? Well, then folks go to where the work is, and sometimes that's out of state. When the work comes back in state, sometimes they don't come back. They may come back, but they're coming back from living out of state, and they're going to return home when they're done. So this is part of the challenge, and this is part of the reason for thinking in terms of a long-term facility strategic plan. All of this does fit together. When we look at that dollar side, the reason this is so important from a strategic planning standpoint is because, as I mentioned on the preventive maintenance side, if your bookends are, say, 0.5% of CRV to 1.5% of CRV, let's put that in perspective. Your CRV across the state, rough estimate, looking at the recent assessment from schools, that was about a $13.5 billion CRV. Throw in the rest of your state facilities, and you're getting to maybe a $20 billion CRV. Throw a couple of percent on that, and 0.5% up, 0.5% down, 1% up, 1% down. These are big dollars when you think of the annual spend on these things. So when we think of just the preventive maintenance side, adequate spend on preventive maintenance is big dollars. We don't want to multiply that by being reactive and spending There are claims out there that you might spend 3 times as much on corrective maintenance than you spend on preventive maintenance. There are claims out there that say you might spend 30 times as much on corrective maintenance than preventive maintenance. So these things are, it is dependent, right? It is case dependent. But the point being, you will spend more on corrective maintenance than you spend on preventive maintenance. So your preventive maintenance program is critical. It's really, really important. So investing the right amount of money there is really important. I've said this before, I've shared this with other people I've spoken with. You can have all the money in the world and no people and you won't get anywhere. You can have all the people in the world and have no money and you won't get anywhere. You've got to have both. So this is part of the reason, again, for thinking about this facility strategic plan. It's not just about the dollars, although the dollars get people's attention. There's no doubt about it. Everybody looks when you talk about big dollars like this. But if you don't have the people, we can't execute the dollars. The conversation earlier today, there's a dual challenge in executing major maintenance work. One is when it happens, and it's spiky, right? And we can see that in that little chart that was shared. That's the nature of the business. These needs are spiky. So it's hard to get a consistent kind of routine and workforce down when you have your needs that are spiky. On the routine maintenance side, not so spiky. That should not be spiky at all. It should be very consistent. The corrective side of it does happen, and that may be a little bit spiky, but the better you are on the preventive side, and I'll use another word, predictive, the better you are on the predictive side on your routine maintenance, the more likely it is that you will spend less on your corrective maintenance. So dollars, yep, gets people's attention. People get the work done. So we need to have both. The plans that would get created will address those two things directly. They will look at the dollars, they will look at the people, they will look at level of service. Everything will start with that. And they will all be tied back to mission. The mission of the agency, if you will, the mission of schools, the mission of, you name it. So all of these things will get tied to mission. A strategic plan that isn't tied to mission is not a strategic plan at all, so we have to tie it to mission. So in looking at this across the state, the idea would be to create the plan that overarches all of the subordinate plans. There's a graphic, I think on page 7 of that packet that was from the State Construction Department that has a little graphic of how these plans would come together. You have a big plan at the top, that's the statewide plan that we're talking about to start with. Then you have subordinate plans, that would be UW, community colleges, the state buildings, the schools, and maybe some of these other agencies that are not part of the mix at the moment. I will share with you that we are currently engaged looking at this very thing for YDOT. So we are looking at some strategic planning for YDOT currently as we speak. So I know that they're interested, right? So people are interested in this. This is a really important and current topic across the country, across the world. This is a very
So on
common
YDOT,
topic.
are you just looking at their buildings or anything else besides buildings?
We are not looking at roads, if that's the question. So it is mostly their facilities that support that mission, right? So the buildings and their sites that they sit on.
How far down the road are you? How long have you been?
We're pretty much on the beginning side of it. We've gone through all the stakeholder engagement, which again, that's sort of a tactical thing, but we go through stakeholder engagement, understand mission, understand needs, begin to understand kind of level of service delivered versus level of service desired. We go through those kinds of things. Then we start forecasting the needs based on the data they have, and where they don't have it, we can model it. And then we start looking at, again, the preventive, the major, and then the plan for delivery on the capital
Then
side.
do a tour, statewide tour of all the buildings?
We did. We didn't go to all the buildings for this tour. We went to representative establishments across the state. We spent several weeks doing that and toured with some of their folks to get an idea of what they have and how they're using it, what their challenges are, what their needs are. So that was, again, we finished the stakeholder engagement, we finished the tours, and we're now getting into the meat of the analysis and preparation of the plan. And that's a process that we would go through here as well. So the proposal here right now is to develop what would be considered at first step a plan to create a plan. And I say it that way because that's the way we need to go about it. I don't think it's advisable to just launch in and say, let's just build out a strategic facility plan when we don't even know yet what needs to go in it for Wyoming and your various stakeholders. So the first step would be to create the framework of your strategic facility plan. So once we create that framework, then we can get to the subordinate plans and begin to lay out the requirements for those subordinate plans and actually execute and create those plans. And they would then all roll up to the statewide plan. So once you have the framework, you build the plans that support it, then your overarching plan gets revisited and revised based on the information that gets fed up. So some of these things can be going concurrently, and some of them don't require data yet. So I know some assessments may need to be refreshed if we think about the state building side. I know the last full assessment of state buildings was 2015, so we're a ways away. So yeah, current assessment might be in order there, but that can come later even. That doesn't have to stop the planning process. So I think that's important to understand that these things can be done in parallel or in series. It just depends on how you choose to execute. But the first step would be to create that framework. And that's what we're talking about beginning with. So with that, I know I've used a lot of words, and I don't want to take time away from questions. I want to pause and ask if there are any questions, or if there's anything you'd like me to elaborate on, and I'm happy to do so. But I'm really interested in the questions that you might have and the dialogue that might follow.
Questions? Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, it sounds like there's a correlation between major maintenance and the 0.5% or 1.5%. Is there an industry standard that if I just do the minimum amount, 0.5% or less, that my major maintenance is going to come sooner or later, or is there's methodology for that?
Looking at a lot of data, I will say that if you're in 0.25% to 0.5%, you're probably looking at more unplanned maintenance and corrective maintenance in that scenario. It does vary by building type. It does vary by the sophistication of the systems that you have in place. So it's not a one size fits all, but there is certainly something to be said for the sort of the large data set. And if you start seeing things that are in 0.25% to 0.5%, we're probably going to see some unplanned maintenance. Unplanned maintenance, corrective maintenance will drive the need to either spend more money to keep things going or replace things sooner. It will be a fact. Now, a lot of folks that we see when we come in are reactive in nature. That's their program. Their program is reactive. Their program is not preventive, and that means everything is corrective. And that is a very expensive way to do business. There is some of that going on in Wyoming. We've seen it, and we know that there are places that are largely reactive, and that can be greatly improved by a plan. That plan has to come with people. Again, that's a big part of this. But yes, there is something to be said for the low end of that scale, requiring sooner action or corrective action, and higher spending.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Small, and you may not have an opinion about this right now, but I'd be interested in what you think, if you have an opinion, about our proposed legislation. It was House Bill 75 last year, didn't make it across the finish line. We've got a proposed definition of major maintenance and a proposed definition of routine maintenance. And kind of my question is, do you think those definitions work? Or are those going to be useful? Would you do it differently? And just as an example, I get confused about what major maintenance is, because in my own home, it's my job in the springtime to hook up the swamp cooler. Okay. And so I was doing that this year. The water line breaks at the ridge of the roof, and I was offering to climb up on the roof and, put some Flex Seal or duct tape on it to fix it, right? And my wife said, no, you're not doing that, right? Anyway, so, but that was at an irregular interval, I think. So is that major maintenance or is that routine maintenance? That's kind of, so I just want to make sure we're speaking the same language. And specifically, what would be useful to us is whether you think the definitions we're proposing are useful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to look back at those. I did look at those once upon a time. But I would offer explanation as opposed to definition. And the explanation I would use is your preventive maintenance or routine maintenance are the things that you do on a regular basis that probably fall within inside a 1-year cycle. So you do them pretty regularly. Major maintenance is going to fall on longer cycles, and it's generally intended to be large components of systems or the systems themselves. So if you have a boiler that is part of a heating system, that component will have its own life cycle, and it may be 20 years, it may be 30 years, depending on boiler type and so on and so forth. That's major maintenance. Roofing, when you replace the roof, that's major maintenance. When you go out and you clear the drains or you make sure that everything's good with your roof, that's preventive maintenance. When you correct and have to fix something that was unplanned, that's corrective maintenance. So your routine is going to happen regularly, typically on frequencies that are 1 year or less. Your major maintenance are on life cycles of major things, major systems, pieces of equipment, things like that. And then there are things that you might think of as recurring maintenance that fall in between. I don't believe there was a definition of recurring maintenance, so that can fall somewhere in that routine side, but it's more than a year, less than a certain number of years. So there's an in-between as well. So I would think if I were to look at it, that we may offer a different definition, but generally speaking, I think what's important is to make sure that people understand what that means to the state of Wyoming so that you're all planning and using the same definitions. I think that's what was intended by that bill, is to get folks on the same page. So I think that's the critical point. Definitions can be tweaked.
Thank you, Mr. Small. So this committee, and I think the legislature as a whole, have been wrestling with the goal that the millions of square footage that the state has in assets has a life expectancy, and we are trying to say, how do we, as a minimum, meet that life expectancy or perhaps exceed it? So my question is, as we are attempting with the bill that we ran last year and these conversations with Department of Construction, is there enough valid data out there that then we can project what the life cycle of components are, to where we can plan for our resources, that a school may know that in 20 years, whatever that time frame is for a roof, that they can plan that starting at the day of substantial completion, that by this time you should be prepared financially and in planning wise to replace that roof or maybe go a little further. On the HVAC side, we know that there's a 10-year cycle, again, figuratively, there's a 10-year cycle on this HVAC system, but we have to make sure that we're checking the belts, checking the motors. Those are routine maintenance things that will allow that component to reach its life cycle. So, am I saying that correctly? And is there an expectation that we should be able to plan to facilitate, as I've explained to you, this process for these assets, trying to do is preserve resources and save money, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct, in that there is data available, industry data available, there's experiential data that's available that would allow you to predict the life cycle of major systems and components. That's pretty standard fare for this type of work. That would be part of what would go into the strategic plan. The activities required for those things to reach those expected useful lives are part of your preventive and predictive maintenance program. So it's an integral part. Without that, those things will cycle differently. The lives will change. And sometimes what we see is that people are spending more and more money to keep something going beyond the time that they should. And they're stretching something out longer and longer, thinking that they're saving money, and really at the end of the day, they're just spending more money, right? And so you have to pick a time and say, okay, we're going to replace. So a comment was made earlier that you might not replace a roof early. You might not replace a roof early, but you sure do want to replace a roof before it fails. So that's really the idea here, is to kind of get those practices in place.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have a simpler answer for Representative Stiff's question about whether it's major maintenance or routine. I think it's when you get blown off the roof where that Rock Springs wind, it becomes major maintenance.
Okay, please proceed.
All right, let me return to my notes here.
Go ahead.
So I'm assuming, Mr. Small, in your experience, that this isn't new ground that we're plowing here, that other institutions, or there's institutions that have as much square footage as the state of Wyoming has. And so this is out there. Getting the policy in place, as Mrs. Norton has talked about, getting this in place to what is the policy for preserving and maintaining our assets, then is a critical first step. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's again part of what would come through in the plan is to establish that expectation, and then the actions and plans that follow. When we talk about level of service, that becomes really important in terms of deciding how things will be cared for. And so you must set those before the plan can be created around that. But what you said is correct.
So I do have a question, because I'm looking at page 3 of the facility strategic plan, and it talks about 6 to 8 months to do the plan, to create the plan, and then 6 to 12 months on the strategic plan, and then 12 to 14 months remaining develop agency plans. And that is not fast enough.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. It is an important process, and one of the things that I would encourage you to do is not to rush the process. I know that that's going to be the inclination, is to want to rush the process, hurry it along. I think each of those things can be done faster if done in parallel. So I think that's part of it. Is to decide, how far do you want to go, and what can you kind of push along in parallel. That framework piece, I believe, can be done faster than what is stated. I've provided a conservative estimate of time in hopes that we can get the cooperation of the stakeholders to really make it happen. What I will say is that in every time that we've done this, the time to complete is largely dependent on the ability of the client side to be able to engage with us. Because we're taking you off of your routine schedules and we're asking you to do things that aren't on your calendar. So we're coming in and it becomes our calendar because we're engaged to do it, but it is not part of your calendar. So that's the sort of critical path that we deal with is getting the stakeholders committed. If we can get stakeholders committed and get their time, things can go much faster. That's the key. My experience tells me that they take about the time that we've stated because every time we've done this, we start out with everyone being real excited and committed, and then life gets in the way. And scheduling the next thing and the next thing and the next thing gets difficult for the owner side to accommodate. So they can go faster, absolutely can go faster. The consultant is not going to be the one to say slow down. Consultants like to go fast. It'll be how fast can your constituents and stakeholders go.
Well, I mean, I think this committee wants to see your roadmap and have it broken down into what exactly is your next week, your next month, and who you're talking to, how you're going to do it. Obviously, it's going to be a lot different on the school side than the regular government side, just to get a perspective of it. I think it would be useful to see for what your contract is with YDOT and how you're implementing that, because that ought to even be easier, I would think, because that's a very unified statewide entity, and all the issues are probably fairly typical statewide, and on how to put it all together. But it's also important to not waste time as part of the process, and to make the most of your time and our dollars hiring you to do it, and to make sure that it's done efficiently and in a way that is productive. So,
Mr. Chairman, an agency is certainly simpler. And yes, YDOT is a large statewide agency, but even they are struggling to get the time and attention that they need. So it really is going to depend on how much time folks can invest. It's easy to lay out a roadmap that goes faster. I could certainly show you that, but it will depend on those that need to be engaged in the process.
so have you, at this point, you talk about also a pilot project. I wonder if that's something you can start simultaneously to actually get that up and running, so we can work out the kinks and understand what you do and how you do it.
Mr. Chairman, we've had that discussion already, and I believe, yes, that would be possible. And not only that, we can learn from what we're doing at YDOT. That can serve as a bit of a benchmark, if you will, in terms of what is trying to be accomplished. I think what we've talked about across the rest of the agencies, I think is going to get just a bit broader than what we are currently committed to with YDOT. But it has most of the critical elements that will be in the plan that would be created as a statewide plan.
At some point, do you do the equivalent to the Veritas study that we did for the schools, for the all-state buildings?
We do the projections that are equivalent or similar. The assessments we do if engaged, right? So the data that Bureau Veritas has is the condition assessment data that was the last round of condition assessments is usable to work within the plan. So any data that's available can be used. If data is not available, and this is what we are doing with YDOT at the moment, is where we feel that the data doesn't tell us the entire story, we will model the projections, so that what you see in the projections from Bureau Veritas are based on the actual assessment. Lacking that, those things can be projected and modeled in a way that at least gets you started. And our experience has been starts to paint a picture of how big this thing is. So that is possible as well. But to your point, starting these things in parallel would be a wise idea and should not hamper the process at all.
Senator Guru?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're running out of time, so I just wanted to ask Mr. Small, and you can do this offline or later. Don't have to answer it now, but just talk a little bit about, we were talking about smaller school districts and things, and the good chairman was talking about how the people who are doing the maintenance are also teaching and also the football coach and all that. I've noticed that in a lot of those situations, sometimes technology can be a big help, although it comes at a cost. I worked in a small facility where the HVAC system was hooked to the hood system, which was hooked to the refrigeration system in a restaurant, which actually everything kind of worked in concert. When it got busier and warmer, they would go. Systems would come on and off automatically that would greatly extend the life of those pieces, but it came at a cost. And so, sometimes it works in smaller school districts or smaller facilities. It could work really well. In bigger outfits, maybe a diminishing return point. Do you see that? And if you can, like say, you don't have to do this now, but talk a bit about that and where it can help us, because we have a lot of rural small applications where I think it could be helpful. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, the challenge with technology, I'll just give an example. I was out in New York last week looking at a facility, and they were removing technology because it got in the way. They didn't know how to operate it. So the use of technology is a double-edged sword. If you can install it and use it, it can absolutely be helpful. It can help you do things remotely. These things are getting simpler as time goes on, but sometimes they are still more complicated than the folks that are using them can tolerate. So I think that the technology is a tool, but you again have to have people who can use it. So as long as you have the right technology and proper training, they can help, and they can help in areas where you don't have the people that can get around and see things and turn things off, cycle things, that kind of thing. So remote access is possible with all of these things. That's what the connected world is doing to us.
Mr. Small, when I came in, you said consultants like to go faster rather than otherwise. Let me ask you, if you go faster and you get it all done, the aggregate cost, is that less than or about the same as if you did it on a much more attenuated timeline? In other words, if we did it out over a period of years as opposed to getting it all done at once, does that have you just chasing your tail trying to get caught up, and so it's actually more expensive rather than less? Or help me understand the likes to go faster and the why and what's in it for us.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, great question. As a consultant, I will tell you that going faster is better for the consultant, because the slower you go, people use the time and kind of fill in, right? So most of these engagements are fixed fee type engagements. So once we understand scope, then they're fixed fee. So dragging them out for us as a consultant, is counterproductive for us. Getting them done faster is certainly better for us. So we have an incentive to go faster. But we also don't want to go so fast as to deliver something that isn't going to work on the user side. So we modulate. We'll temper the speed based on the ability of those that we're working with to engage. The longer it takes, the more expensive it is for the consultant to do. If it's fixed fee, it's not more expensive to you. It's more expensive to the deliverer. So I will say that one of the things that I've seen happen over the course of these is, depending on the scope that you lay out at the beginning, as time goes on and people start to really wrap their heads around what strategic facility planning looks like, what this process looks like, other things may be brought in, and whether or not that has to happen as part of the effort or not is entirely up to you all. So if, in other words, one of the things that we're seeing a lot of lately, and it got alluded to earlier, is when we think about buildings and building life cycle, how long should a building last? Buildings can, I think we all know, buildings can last a long time. If they are constructed of durable materials and they're maintained, they'll last longer than we will. It's not about whether or not they can last a long time. It's whether or not we want them to. And what I mean by that is if we think that functionally they are no longer serving the purpose, then we make decisions. And largely when we see facilities getting replaced, more often than not, they're driven by a functional need. And what happens is we'll tend to defer some things in anticipation of saying we need the new remodel or the renovation or the new building, so we're going to defer some activities and get to that place so that we don't spend money now and then spend it again later. So functionality of buildings becomes a really important part of something like this. That is not something that is assessed. I mean, it can be, but it has not been in the state of Wyoming. So functional assessments are going to be critical at some point and would be part of the framework, would be part of the strategic plan. The actual assessments would not be part of the strategic plan unless you bring them in. And if you bring them in, then yes, you'll elongate the engagement and you'll add scope to the engagement to say we need this data to understand how the functional requirements will tell us something about the capital investment that we might make for renovation or replacement. Buildings should in general not be replaced for condition. That should not happen if they are well maintained. So if they are replaced for condition, it should have other reasons attached to it, and it should be more coincident with a functionality need and condition than just pure condition. Again, as long as they're of durable materials and well maintained.
Let me interrupt just a second. I don't know whether to address this to Don or Ms. Norton. As we go along and get more information from Mr. Small, are we in danger under the A&I rules of knocking him out as a respondent on a request for proposal? I mean, A&I has some rules about the level of engagement with a consultant, and when, Don?
We would actually defer to, we're not privy to the contract that you're currently engaged in with DA&I, but they are under a contract with the state now to provide some of these type of services.
Mr. Chairman, currently the only thing that I'm under contract with right now is just to be here.
Okay.
That's it. I'm under contract with YDOT, separate thing, separate issue, wasn't connected here at all. So in that sense, we are not under contract to deliver more than to be here and
Okay, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I don't want to inadvertently knock you out of being a
appreciate
respondent. A&I's got some rules that sometimes I don't quite understand, Ms. Norton.
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe there are policies or rules or any statute that take anyone out of a project, whether it's a service like this or a construction project, if it's generally funded. I think federally, sometimes there are those kinds of restrictions.
Okay, we bumped up against some things when we were looking at the IT consultants so, all right.
Mr. Chairman, we'll do a little research to make sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just throw a flag if you find out something in the next week or two.
Okay.
So, Mr. Small, one way we can get an idea of what we would be getting is a pilot. Another is to see maybe the YDOT scope. Do you think the YDOT scope adequately describes what we're talking about with our ambitions for the rest of state buildings, or is YDOT just roads?
Mr. Chairman, YDOT is not roads at all for our engagement. Obviously, YDOT's mission is roads, but that's not what we're working on. We are working on facilities, much like we're talking about with you all. I'd have to look back at our contract with them to see whether or not it paints the broad enough picture that I'm envisioning here that you will need. And we can certainly look back at a couple of other contracts that we've had to provide some guidance in terms of
With Wyoming or any other state?
Yeah.
If you've got a scope that you think is going to be kind of suit what we're talking about, that would Because it's always helpful for, at least for me, to understand when I can read through those things, say, okay, now I've got a little bit better description of the elephant. So if we were talking about something on a statewide basis with you or any other firm, let's talk about your firm. Do you have experience where you've done something as comprehensive as what we're talking about here, all state-owned buildings, all educational facilities, all agencies that are off budget? If you've done that for another state or some large Fortune 1000 company where you've done some sort of enterprise planning, have you done anything of the magnitude that we're talking about?
Probably the closest thing we've done is for another state that we worked with. It went across all of their agencies and their Department of Transportation. It did not include their school facilities.
Okay.
We've worked on school facilities, and in most cases, school facilities remain separate from these other interests. So we have not done this together. We've done them separately. I think the idea of doing this together is no different for us. It's just another agency, if you will. So it doesn't really change the process. The interests and the needs are agency specific. So that's fine. So what we want to do again is lay out a framework that says here's what needs to be included in these plans, but the plans will be a little different for each agency. They have to be, and they have to be reflective of their mission and their needs and their intended direction.
So are you at liberty to say what that other state is?
I think so. Most of it's public. It's the state of Minnesota.
Okay, well, there's a small little state too, yeah. If you would, maybe if you can convey to staff, a link to some of that. It's got to be gargantuan. That's nothing that we want to have, but staff could certainly go through and pick out the most 30 or 40 consequential pages of executive summary on that, so we can see what a statewide plan looks like and the framework for it. That would be helpful as well.
Certainly.
Okay. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, in your experience, as I'm listening, I'm wondering, is there opportunities to identify best practices and bring them into Wyoming, or identify best practices already here? And could you briefly just summarize that in terms of opportunity doing this?
Mr. Chairman, best practices is an interesting concept, and it's one that we struggle with as a practitioner, in that there is not an industry standard for something like this. There are practices, but not a standard. So I would say that what you want to rely on is looking at the individual parts of the plan and say, what are the best practices for the state of Wyoming? They can be compared to other agencies or other states, but my experience has been that they are going to be unique to Wyoming at the end of this. And why is that so? Because when we talk about establishing level of service, again, how will you do things? How well will you do things? How often will you do things? That is a Wyoming decision. And there are certainly guidelines in terms of what a level of service of this side of the spectrum might look like versus this side of the spectrum, and that dictates the activities that go on, right? And so we use APA for that. So it's a pretty widely recognized framework for this type of thing, for using level of service. That's where we pick that up from. So there are things that we'll use, tools that we have that are based on writings and if you will, practices in the industry. But how they relate to Wyoming, how they are implemented in Wyoming will be unique to Wyoming. So if you say we are going to pick a level of service, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's how they're measured for level of service. They're attached to explanations about what those levels of service mean. Then you can say, for these buildings, we're going to do this level of service. For these buildings, we're going to do this level of service. That composite mix is uniquely yours. So there is no standard for that.
Okay. Anyone else for Mr. Small? We routinely interrupt somebody's well-planned narrative with questions. So back to your narrative, if we could then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I expected that this might go this way after the earlier questions, and I don't mind at all. I just want to see if there are things that I've not caught that I want to make sure I touch on for you today. I'm just going to go through a couple of the bullets that will lay out kind of the what's next part of this, so that maybe you understand a little bit better what we are proposing. So when we started, we talked about a facility strategic plan that is a statewide plan. That statewide plan would be informed by the subordinate plans. Those subordinate plans, as we've discussed, would be community colleges, UW, the schools, and state buildings, and perhaps some of these other agencies that are not in that mix at this time. Those subordinate plans would feed up to that statewide plan. For each of those interest areas, they can have subordinate plans, meaning if you look at the state agencies are the easiest one to look at, just because there's an easy collection, or school districts if you were to go to that level. But state agencies, you can say, okay, now we want a strategic plan for each of the agencies to feed up to the overall plan for the collection of agencies. It feeds up to the overall plan for the state. So the idea at the state level is to get a picture of sort of funding level and resource requirements, people requirements, because this is going to suggest, if you will, that there are actions the state might take to really support the plan and implement and move forward. The subordinate plans won't be able to be implemented if at the highest level you look at this and say, we can't afford that. If we say we can't afford that, then you back up and say, okay, so then what? So you can begin to dial in on level of service and change level of service and see what happens. So that becomes important. The people that are required to get the job done is going to be another big part. And I know that as state government goes, positions are typically defined, and whether however you call it, billeted or what have you, they're defined positions. And getting a new position is not the easiest thing to do in a state agency. So if getting this work done requires more people, that's got to be something that gets revisited at state level to say, how are we going to support that? There's one other thing that was mentioned earlier to some extent that is also a big part of this plan. You've got the money part, you've got the people part, meaning number of people to get things done. But then you also have the sort of workforce development training part. A lot of the work that is done on the routine maintenance side is done in-house, where agencies or those interest areas can support that staff. But what we are seeing is that there are a lot of folks that are struggling because they don't have enough people to do the routine maintenance, so they end up being reactive. So that kind of thing will all kind of flow up to, here's what that looks like at a state level, and is the state ready to take on that kind of commitment? And if not, how do you dial it back? That's going to be a big part of the process. So this becomes somewhat iterative in going through this to say, okay, so where do you land and say, now this is our plan. So I think it's important to just kind of recognize that there's a people part, there's a place part, and then there's training and education that's going to support all of that. Going back to one of the comments made earlier on the education side, there are things that can be delivered internally for education, like Director McComey is envisioning on the preventive maintenance and routine maintenance kind of education that he'd like to deliver. There's also the possibility of creating, in cooperation with your community colleges and UW, education programs, tracks, what have you, that will educate your future workforce in a way that allows the contractors that are delivering the services or yourselves to hire people that have gone through some level of education that would attract them to the positions that are going to be servicing these things. So that's a little bit of a different ask. That would be outside of, I would think, the strategic plan, other than to say that that is something that you might want to investigate.
What kind of training would you give the contractors as opposed to our own people?
So if we envision, there are education tracks available that are more trade type tracks that would get to skilled labor for delivering the preventive maintenance. That's one thing. When it comes to the contractor side, that may be the construction management side, which you all may have already, those types of tracks, and just to make sure that the education that is provided or available would support your needs, and say, is there anything that either community colleges or UW could provide that would help educate a workforce that would either be hired again by the state or hired by the contractor. But it will be, I think it should be part of the consideration, is to look at what's available to the people of Wyoming.
All right. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it was stated earlier today, one of the other things that we mentioned in creating the framework for this statewide plan is that would start out with a stakeholder engagement piece. What we would envision is that you all, with us, the state would define a stakeholder group or a steering committee that would allow this process to move forward in a timely manner. That's going to be really important, and that typically is something that the state would define, is who those members are. We can certainly suggest who would be important to consider in terms of their roles, but that working group or steering committee or whatever you all choose to call it would guide the content of that framework of that plan. And then from there, we would outline, as part of the statewide plan, we would outline the requirements for the subordinate plans. So again, that's why the start is a framework. It's going to give folks an idea of what is required to develop these plans at the state level and each of the subordinate levels, so that people are ready to now go to work and get the subordinate plans created. As part of that, again, initial engagement, I would envision you'd establish timeframes for delivering these things, to say, again, if you would like to go faster, how fast is fast, and to begin to lay out those timeframes in the framework of that statewide plan. And then we talked about a pilot, so I think that that's already been covered. I wanted to make sure we covered that. And again, we could look back at some work that's already been done. All right, there's two other topics I'd like to cover related to this, and one is the updating of plans. One thing that we all recognize from a practitioner standpoint is that these should be living documents, not one-time static and you're done. So even in saying that this is a 20-year plan, and that's often what you'll see, is you'll see plans created and they'll say, please develop a 20-year strategic plan. But this is a sliding scale, or sliding, if you will, rolling 20 years almost, right? So the plans are routinely revisited. You can certainly look at the plans annually to see what you've done, how you've done, where you've deviated, those types of things, to say whether or not the plans themselves need to be changed. Changing of plans and updating of plans would be an effort that we would suggest you do on a 5-year cycle at most. So updating.
Be a rolling 5-year.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is every 5 years you would revisit the plan to update it for any material changes. Meaning, is there something directionally
But would
that
it be
has
easier to
changed?
do it on a rolling, so these agencies, I mean.
Oh, I see
yeah,
what you're
You
saying.
see what I'm saying? So it's not everybody every 5 years, but it's on a rolling basis.
Yeah, I think that I could go, personally, I could go either way on
Okay.
that. I don't think that that's probably less about how I think about it and more how it would be for you to execute it. So if you're looking at this from a statewide perspective, it may be far easier for you to have things kind of rolling in on a regular basis as opposed to every 5 years you get a big, kind of,
Push,
yeah.
drop everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So again, they should be living documents and, agency by agency, if you will, or plan by plan. They should be used routinely, annually to kind of measure and monitor what you're doing against the plan, but then every 5 years to kind of update it and make sure that it's current and it's telling you what you need to be doing for the next however long you choose to lay it out for. The other thing, and some of this has been talked about just sort of anecdotally, is the benefits of doing something like this. I think when we first started talking about this for the state of Wyoming, a lot of it had to do with just getting arms wrapped around the magnitude of the needs, and that is certainly part of it. But from a strategic planning standpoint, I think there are some really important pieces or benefits of creating a plan like this that are more than just understanding the dollars, and that is that this is a way to show the public and yourselves and your agencies what we are doing, what the plan is for our facilities, and how we are caring for them, how they are maintained and sustained, how we think about reinvesting in these facilities, and it becomes a very transparent process. One of the things I heard in earlier discussion, there were some questions going back and forth that I think can be answered largely by saying, let's just bring all of the information together so that you kind of see how this lays out in a plan like this, so that there's not so much of the, what are they doing over here versus what are they doing over there. I think there's a lot of that just draws questions. So laying out the framework for this would allow this to say, we do things in this way, and then this agency has these requirements, but it all kind of rolls into a framework that is accepted by the state and published by the state. The other thing is that this will start to move you to a focus on total cost of ownership, which is a really, really important topic. So total cost of ownership is something that we look at to say, once you develop and build and maintain and dispose or replace, your total cost of ownership goes from one end to the other, cradle to grave.
Does that also come in on the lease versus build decision, total cost of ownership?
So I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you brought that up. The lease versus own is, we worked with the state of Oregon on that, lease versus own. That was one of the questions they asked us when we worked with them. So we have created with them a workflow for them to say, okay, when do you decide what you're doing, where you're doing, how you're doing? And so the lease versus own decision became part of the process that they implemented. So I think that it is critical that looking at lease versus own decisions is real early in the process and not late in the process. So it should be considered.
I'd ask you to send a link to that work product to staff as well, and they might be able to give us a synopsis on that and to Ms. Norton, and then we can kind of get an idea of how what we're doing internally compares to a more comprehensive program you've got for Oregon. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, no, I'm very interested in that also.
Okay. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Let me just follow
Go
up
ahead.
on that.
Go ahead.
Because it seems to me that, there probably are school districts out there, probably already have their subordinate plans that probably won't be identical, but do exactly what we want them to do. And so I think if we can get samples of those strategic plans or the subordinate strategic plans, give those to the school districts, and then they can mirror them, or they can cross-compare.
Or tell us where they're different.
And yeah, and so that we can speed up that process, and then we can pick those as a pilot program if they're already, they're already in the ballpark. And I think we would like to see what that looks like, so we know what you think the end result is supposed to be. So if we have samples of that on a statewide basis and what that looks like, that would be of value to us, because that, if we don't see what the end goal is as we're doing our stakeholder engagements, you spend a lot of time spinning wheels. And so I just think that's part of the roadmap that we would like to see, to be able to help you and to help construction management kind of keep it on track, on time, and moving down the track.
So what would the recap of that be? Because he's just engaged just to come up here and talk to us today. That would be something that Suzanne would potentially add to her scope with him for the pilot.
Yeah, well, my question is that available? What can your office provide to us so we can analyze it and say, and help structure this thing as it moves down the road, so we stay in control of it with your guidance?
Mr. Chairman, I think what we can do is point to you where things have been made public. I just got to be careful about what is publicly available. So I don't know yet exactly all of those things that I can share.
Sure, I can't imagine the state of Minnesota wouldn't have it entirely public.
Yeah, and I just don't know at this point. I don't know what they've released publicly. So if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I just would need to look back to see what's been made public, and then I can provide direction for how to get to that. Or the other side of it would be to seek permission to share, which we've done in the past. But so anyway, there's just a hurdle. I just got to make sure that I don't do anything that they would be uncomfortable with.
We were scheduled for, Mr. Small, we were scheduled for a break at 10. It's 4 after. So let's go ahead and take that break, come back in at quarter after, and we'll pick up with you. I appreciate your patience with us and the interruptions on the questions, but thank you very much. Let's take a break till 10:15.
Thank you.
All right, we're back 5 minutes late. My apologies. Mr. Small, let's go ahead and pick up with where you were before. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of final points that I would like to make. I was working toward the benefits of putting a plan like this together. So we talked about sort of just the transparency that would be offered through creating this type of plan, focusing on total cost of ownership. And there are two other things that I think are important, and that is, one is workload predictability, and that would be by adopting, again, what your maintenance plans are, level of service, that would make that predictable. Major maintenance is predictable. And then, if possible, the recommendation would be to adopt a capital construction plan that is also predictable. So that would be more predictable to yourselves from a funding standpoint, and more predictable to the contracting community who are delivering that work, so that hopefully you get some workforce that stays in the state as opposed to being in and out of the state. And then the other thing I want to mention was a benefit of this is through the education process, is that we can have workforce improvement so that folks can continue to learn and improve in the jobs that they are providing, and also to be able to create a transition kind of environment. One of the things that we've heard, and one of the things that a lot of people struggle with, is that roles are one deep. In other words, if you lose somebody, you're one deep, and there's nobody there to back them up. So you have a lot of legacy knowledge that leaves when you lose folks. So being able to educate the workforce and bring them up in a way that you're perhaps more than one deep, so that when you, as people transition over time, or leave, then or move jobs, then you have some backup. So those are kind of, sort of high level benefits out of this, would be the transparency, focus on total cost of ownership, and predictability in workload, and improvement of workforce. So one of the things that I'm not sure if I covered it well for you or not. It was written in the document that was shared ahead, was what goes into this plan, and I want to
You're talking about the document dated June 5 that Ms. Norton went through with us?
Yeah, that would be this document would be, I think it's item 2 in your packet.
Okay.
I had shared or provided a quick summary of the idea here today in that document. So that's a couple of pages in. So I think it's starting on page after the charts.
Okay.
So those are some things that are kind of leave behind that you can take a look at, that get to some of the things that I've talked about today. But one of the things I want to do is just kind of lay out in just quick bullets. I'll lay out the elements of these plans that you might have a little better picture of what would go into the plans themselves. So the typical components would include evaluation of current facility strategies and asset management practices, which would include a robust stakeholder. This is not in your packet.
Okay.
This is not in your packet. I'm elaborating on that. So again, evaluation of current facility strategies and asset management practices, including stakeholder engagement. So what's working, what's not working, and what your plans are for the future. A summary of the current portfolio itself. So what do you have and how is it being used? Identification of needs and any gaps or shortfalls in those needs, from the day-to-day operations through the major maintenance, through how you make decisions on capital construction, that kind of thing. The financial strategy and that, and when I say financial strategy, when we identify needs, it'll be based on all of the inputs that come out of this process. So, you know, the selected levels of service and so on, and you build up your needs from there. Once you have those needs, then adopting a financial strategy gets to what do you anticipate being able to fund on an ongoing basis. And in some cases, we've looked at what would it look like to go from where you are today to another level, and how much time should that take, or could that take? What are the workforce changes that need to happen to get from point A to point B? So as I said earlier, one of the things that is going to be important through this process is to understand that if you turn the faucet on today, you're not going to get the work done because you won't have the workforce to do it. So how do you go from where you are today to where you might be tomorrow, if that includes a different level of funding, higher level of funding, and the people to support it? You'll need to get to that place. So that's part of what we layer into that sort of financial strategy, if you will. Often what we've looked at is a project delivery strategy that is part of this, and that goes to how projects are identified and prioritized and that type of thing. Whether or not that's in your plan is for you to decide, but that's often part of these strategies. And a workforce strategy, we've touched on that in terms of you know, who do you need, what do you need, how many of certain people do you need, and then the education side of that workforce. So that would all go into your overall framework. Once that framework is laid out, there may be other elements as we go through engagement to add or subtract from that framework. That's part of the initial engagement process. So again, the process that we go through will be very similar from one agency to another, and it's going to start with, let's talk about your mission, let's understand who you are, let's understand what a strategy looks like, and now let's build what's important for you in your strategy. And it will generally cover financial components, it will cover the facilities components, it will cover the needs, it will cover the workforce, it will cover the education. And with that, I'm open for any more questions. Those are the remarks I have prepared for today.
Thank you. Folks, anything else for Mr. Small? It was comprehensive. I appreciate it. And we appreciate you joining us here today. And you have a hard stop at 11, but we're going to take some public comment. And if you wouldn't mind being here till the 11, just in case something comes up that you might offer some additional comment on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Okay, next up, we have Mr. Moritz, Director of the Wyoming Community College Commission, and Mr. Mai, VP for Campus Operations, UW. There's Bill Mai. Good morning. So we'll start with you, and then we'll Mr. Mai, and then we'll have it out for public comment. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for having me. Did you want to start with me and then Mr. Mai?
Yeah, you first, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, my comments are primarily around the draft bill that was attached, a bit less so about Mr. Small's presentation, although the two are obviously related. Can you all hear me okay? Am I close enough to the?
Perfect.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
First of all, I'd just like to point out that the colleges all have their own routine maintenance plans that they go through. Many of them have software platforms that allow them to track and monitor those things. As a quick note, I was just talking with our friends from Gillette College, and they're actually in the process of looking to acquire a platform for that purpose right now as they move towards becoming a fully independent and accredited institution. So this is a very timely conversation, and if there is movement towards getting a statewide platform, I've had several conversations with Director McComey He's very excited about that idea of moving towards that. I think that there could be definite benefits across the colleges. And I have sent out questions to the presidents and to the directors of administrative services across the colleges to get feedback. At this point, they have no definitive problems with moving forward. Their concerns, of course, are in the resources necessary to switch over from the existing systems that they may have to new systems. Hopefully, there would be benefits from or efficiencies from working across one unified system, and also the benefits of having a master plan are also quite evident when we go through the capital construction process. Many times, rather than perhaps being there are years where there are multiple requests, more requests than there are funds, and there are some years where there may be more funds than requests. And that should not have the primary bearing over whether or not strategic building decisions are made. And having that information and the long-term time frame to look at definitely makes sense when it comes to budgeting. So it's really more in the implementation and rollout that's involved. One other concern, or maybe not concern, but just question, would be around the resources needed for the increased reporting that the commission in particular would have to do. Again, this is in reference to the draft bill 64 that is attached in the packet here. There is currently a certain amount of reporting that the commission does in working with the state construction department, where we pull together information from the colleges. And this bill, as I first read through it, looks as if there will be increased reporting specifically on the routine maintenance and the specific expenditures on the major maintenance. I would guess that Mr. Mai will also have some of these questions and concerns as well. We have a very small fiscal team within the commission. We have 12 staff members, and 3 of those are working on that fiscal group, including our CFO. And so in any increase in reporting, it's always important to take into account the increase in human resources that go along with that. In the grand scheme of things, it seems like the efficiencies that would come from a centralized system like this would far outweigh the relatively small increases in human labor necessary for these types of reporting. One other question that has come up a couple of times is in new definitions around capital renewal, specifically the use of the term external. If external also covers things like HVAC systems, then that seems to be that would work with our current systems. As it is now capital renewal, those projects do not require a 50% contribution from the colleges. And that is very important because capital renewal projects like an HVAC repair or replacing water systems and things like that, it's very hard to raise funds for those types of projects as opposed to building new buildings. And so capital renewal has been a way that we have been able to work with the Building Commission to get state funding to help with that. If the definition is changed and external is not defined such as so that it can include all of those infrastructure pieces, specifically HVAC type things, then it would create a new problem in that it is very difficult to fundraise for those types of infrastructure issues. So that was a concern that was raised. And I see questioning eyes, so I'm happy to answer any questions at any point.
Questions?
Questions, Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, I should have just been paying, Mr. Moritz, I should have been paying closer attention. Can you point in the bill where the problem language is for the community colleges?
And I'd like to have a copy of the bill. I don't have a copy of this bill. I don't have one in the packet. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Moritz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Representative Stith, it's on page 47, line 12.
Let me see if Representative Stith has anything to follow on.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. So looking at page 47, line 12.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry, that's it. Mr. Chairman, I did give you the wrong number, although I would guess Representative Larson maybe knows where that is. I saw you raising your hand. Thank you.
Page 8. That's quite a ways from 47.
I have another issue with page 47, very small.
Okay, gotcha. All right, on page 8.
Mr. Chairman, so, and I apologize, this will be repetitive for you, Mr. Moritz. I apologize. I should have just been tracking what you said better. On page 8, what's the language that gives the community colleges heartburn?
The term external to a build, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith. Infrastructure projects external to a building or facility that impact the life, health, and safety of occupants in a building or facility.
And those are lines what?
Mr. Chair, Senator Anderson, it looks like those are lines 9 through 13.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes, please.
So
Mr.
just so I understand, so to use a specific example, at Western Wyoming Community College, they had a lot of problem with all their piping and HVAC system. It rotted out, and the legislature quite graciously rescued the college and spent $11 million to fix their pipes. You're saying if this bill had been adopted back at that time, then that project would have had to have been funded out of major maintenance funds, or would there have been a problem? Is that what you're saying? Representative Larson appears to disagree with, I'm just trying to figure out what the problem is, if any.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, Representative Larson, out of a excess of I'm being overly cautious, how that word would be used in the future, if it is not clear, the concern is that if that term could have been used if this bill was in place back in the situation that you described, that a capital renewal category would not have been applied to that situation. And that type of situation, the pipes rotting out, needing that new system, I think in most people's minds would have fallen under that capital renewal area because, again, it's very difficult to fundraise the 50% match for those types of things because who wants to put their name on pipes as opposed to right at the beginning of the building? So that's why that comes up.
Okay, Representative Larson, did you want to jump in there?
Maybe my question would be is if you had to replace an existing HVAC system, why wouldn't that fall under major maintenance?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, in some instances it might. It would be an instance of the cost of it, the amount of major maintenance included, and then the type of HVAC system. So to go back to the Western Wyoming Community College example, they only have one building that is spread out and connected over a large area. And so that the cost for replacing that exceeds what would typically be used as a major maintenance amount. So whereas if you have one isolated building where your HVAC needs replacing or a significant adjustment, typically that could probably be done using major maintenance funding. But in the instances where, because the colleges vary so much across all of the areas, you take an extreme case like at Western Wyoming Community College, that would be an instance where this could be a problem.
Follow up.
Please.
So as it outlines later on, if the major maintenance dollars are insufficient, that allows them to then request capital construction dollars, would that not cover the example that you have for Western Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, capital construction dollars require the 50% match, which goes back to that problem. So this is indeed an outlier situation and very unusual. And if it seems like we're beating a dead horse on that one word for an outlier, I could be guilty as charged.
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, one other term was, it's a very small one. I believe that's line 47, page 12. There is a date,
Which page?
47, where the commission has to send on a prioritized list to the state construction department of its capital construction projects. That has been June 1st for quite a while. Every year that this comes up, we work with state construction department to get a exception because we have a June commission meeting where the commissioners formally approve the prioritization list. That meeting typically takes place the first or second week of June. And so every year we ask the state construction department to say, can we give you a tentative thing? And then 2 weeks later, formalize that. And there's always a little bit of heartburn. We want to make sure that we're following our rules. They want to make sure they're following theirs. If it would be possible to move that back to June 15th, that would eliminate that very small but recurring administrative issue. It's
Probably easier to change the statute. Okay. Anything else from Mr. Moritz? Anything else, Mr. Moritz?
No, that's it. The only other question would be, as far as resources necessary to initially roll out that master plan and a statewide platform, and as Mr. Small was describing, it sounded to us after conversations with Director McComey that the initial phase of coming in and taking pictures and evaluating all of the current status could have an initial cost directly to the colleges to get involved before later platforms and things like that were taken care of. We don't know what that cost would be, and so that's one of the outstanding questions we have as you move forward. And those are my final comments.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
So my question is, in general, do the community colleges already have their subordinate master plans on campus? Are they different between the various community colleges? What's the practice and procedure? Are you consistent around the state? Just give us some background information.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. We have not used the term subordinate plans, but listening to the testimony earlier today, we're on the same page. We have all of the colleges have their own routine maintenance plans. They have their strategic building plans. They know what they're fundraising for. They know what buildings need to be replaced. They keep track of all of these things using different platforms. So as far as the discussion of subordinate plans, yes, they do. As far as uniformity, as they do not all use the same platforms, and they structure these in different ways. Fundamentally, they are all responsible to their boards of trustees, who are the fiscal supervisors of the funding that comes in to support those colleges. They report out to their boards of trustees, and they are the ones who are ensuring that all of those plans are sufficient for fiscal sustainability for their facilities.
So, Mr. Small, if you want to come up. So I'm just trying to understand process. So would the process be that you would meet with the community colleges, see what their respective plans are, do an overlay of what you think is the best practices or whatever, and compare that. And then once you look at the plans, then you go back and see if they're implementing them in the proper fashion. Or other, just help me kind of flesh this out.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, yes on sort of the first part, which is to meet with them and say, if we have a template of what we think the strategic plan should look like, what elements of that do they already have, right? If there's something missing or they do something that's different, that may inform either side, right, in terms of what would make sense for community colleges in this case. So the initial stakeholder engagement in their case would include absolutely going through what their routine maintenance plans look like, what their strategic plans look like, how does that overlay or contrast with what we're suggesting, and say the gaps, the additions, the subtractions, whatever. That would be the process that we would go through. It would not be in anyone's best interest, I don't think, to wholly say, listen, we're going to throw all of that out and start everybody all over again. That's not really the intent. The intent will be to understand what people are already doing and see how that supports what we're suggesting be done.
Well, and there's, we've run into this in the past. People have routine maintenance plans, but they're not following them, or at least not on all buildings. And that's a matter of resources and quality of the building. And if you have limited funds, you put it where you most need it, different issues like that. So then do you do a boots on the ground evaluation, or is it just, are you just primarily a planning review? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That would depend on the engagement, certainly. Either is possible. It's typically the way these things will work is going to be more on the planning side at first, right? The idea of creating the plan will outline the suggested sort of measurement, monitoring, and reporting suggestions, right? So we would say, here's what you want to measure, here's what you want to monitor, here's what you want to report, so that somebody can look at this independently and say, you are doing what you should be doing in terms of delivering your routine maintenance program, your preventive maintenance, and so on. So that should be reportable, and if it's all in a single platform, like has been contemplated, it's easier to do that. Boots on the ground would be more of an audit type process to say, do you want somebody to go out and audit that activity? Reporting is one thing. The auditing is something different. Both can be done and maybe should be done. Now, whether you hire somebody to do that auditing or there's a way that the state can do the auditing on their own is something that can be determined at a later date. But for sure, the strategic planning process would outline the suggested sort of metrics, key performance indicators, that kind of thing. And that would come back through in the plan to say, here's what we think you should be measuring and monitoring and reporting. And then that would be compared to what they're already doing.
Okay, President Tyndall, we'll be getting to you. We're going to finish up with these two, and then we're going to open it up. Mr. Moritz, and I guess to the community college presidents and to you, Mr. Small, if we're really strategic about this thing, I'm concerned that we would go through a strategic planning process and all we do is do what we've already done in a different context because we know what we know. But I'm curious, if you're going to be engaging the community colleges, if you have a subject matter expert at the table, either because they're on your staff or you've engaged, that when they look at how we do CapCon or maintenance for the community colleges, they can say, well, this is kind of an interesting system, but here's what some other states do that you might want to give. And this go right along with Representative Henderson's idea of best practices. Would you bring subject matter experts to the table that are specific as to each of these stakeholder classes?
Mr. Chairman, that
part of the scope, I guess.
That's more of our starting point, right? So when we come out and do this, we're not just a facilitator of the process. We are technical experts, so we certainly believe that we are bringing that kind of guidance and expertise to the process. So we certainly understand what a good program looks like. And so if there are things within a program or what's being reported, we have a pretty good way of looking at that and saying that it either is what you need or should be something different. And that goes all the way through to, in large part, what we'll get involved is looking at how decisions are made on the capital construction side. In other words, how projects are identified, scoped out, budgeted, and prioritized. So that's a little different, but yes, we bring that expertise to the process with our own folks, and I would think any consultant you would choose would do the same.
Well, to give you an example of what I'm talking about, it's so the community colleges, you can say, there's a community, let's say, well, let's take Sheridan. We need welders. We need more space. Well, given the way the community college CapCon works, about 7 years from now, we'll have the additional space. But we need it now. We need it now. And so our current system, the community colleges are supposed to be fast turnaround to meet the needs of industry and business for trained workforce. But our CapCon is not set up that way. And it goes beyond, just to put you in a little dangerous territory, it's not just how quickly can we turn it around based on our educational needs, but you've got a structure where you've got 7 colleges that are kind of sort of autonomous and kind of sort of report to the commission. And the way CapCon gets decided, it's always looked to me like is, well, it's your turn, Clark. Well, now it's my turn. And then 5 years from now, I'm due. As opposed to, if I've seen in other states or I've seen in private enterprise, we need more diesel mechanics. YTech goes to the bank, builds more space, buys more equipment, brings more students in, and boom, away they go. Whereas, and then we're still on this long attenuated cycle to try and meet the needs of industry. I'm just urging that if we're going to be strategic about this thing, that we really go back to ground zero and say, is this the best means of capital construction planning, not just operate within the current model of this long attenuated cycle, but look at what the needs of the community college systems are relative to industry. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And a question for Mr. Moritz and also Mr. Small, potentially also. When it comes to the decision whether to lease or to build, if a board of trustees of a community college is making the decision and they're trying to evaluate whether to lease or to build, the community college trustees, they don't bear the cost of the ongoing maintenance. The state does for building, and that seems like that might skew the decision whether to lease or build. And so, Mr. Moritz, do you see that or as an issue? Mr. Small, question to you is, would you include that as part of your study of how to appropriately arrange a strategic plan?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, that's an interesting question. I think that in most cases, the availability of relevant spaces is far more of a criteria than the thinking of who's responsible for the major maintenance down the road. So for example, you're talking about diesel welders or welders and diesel maintenance in those areas.
Although you could weld a diesel.
that would be, I wouldn't want to be close to that. But leasing is not really an option in those instances because you need purpose-built facilities. And so I think that is the case far more often. So I would have to ask the individual trustees, if Ms. Erin Taylor was here from the Association for Community College Trustees, she might be able to talk about that, but I'm not really privy to how they're making those decisions. But overall, I would say that the purpose-built needs of most of the facilities are going to outweigh that. One other thing I did want to mention is that as far as that capital construction process, we have a statutory prioritization model that we need to use every year there are projects. So rather than, Sheridan got a building, now they have to wait, and now it's LCCC's turn. Every year we have 13 criteria that go into a computerized model that kicks out a prioritization for any requests that come in that particular year. So I would agree with Chairman Kinski that it is a longer process than is ideal, but it doesn't have to necessarily be a 5 to 7 year process because when you last had a building built is not as relevant as the workforce needs that you're addressing by that building, because that's taken into account in the criteria.
Anything else? Please, who was that? Oh, Representative Walters, thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moretz, going back to the page 47, June 1 to June 15 date change, and a comment was made by the chairman that why don't you move your meeting date? In the not so distant past, wasn't that meeting held in May so that you could complete it by the June 1st statutory expectation? And the reason I think that that's valuable is that the State Building Commission typically meets by mid-July. And if some of these if state construction needs to review some of these projects to have them available by mid-July, you're dragging your feet to mid-June doesn't give them a lot of time to be prepared and advocate on your behalf by mid-July. So my question then is, was that meeting typically held or previously held in May or held earlier to where you could meet the June 1st deadline to where we don't need to change that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I've been with the commission 5 years, and it's always been a June meeting, and I can't speak to previous years. I could check that out. You do bring up a good point. We can work with the commissioners to see if they can move that date. It was specifically requested that I bring this up to the committee, and I'm starting to get a reaction here, so thank you for that.
Well, I think that, Mr. Co-Chair, the question is, everyone needs to be on the same page, and if you need to have, if it needs reviewed in July, and you're making a decision by June 15th, are we working together, or are we working against each other? So I think that ought to be the driver, not just so it all works better, to get what you need and to get it properly reviewed and supported by the states.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Moritz? If not, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Mai. And Mr. Hill, I know you've got to take your leave at 11. Thank you for joining us here, and safe travels to you.
Would you indulge me for one moment?
Oh, please.
You asked if the process that we would normally go through would include all of those things in a leased by kind of analysis.
You're not talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. So going back to your question about whether they would be included in a leased versus build analysis, typically when we look at a lease versus build, we're looking at life cycle costs and all in. So it's agnostic of funding stream. And so the interests of those funding are not as relevant in the overall calculation to say what is most financially beneficial. Now, certain interests may look at that and say, well, that works for me. And so, yeah, it's fine, right? But in the overall, state of financial benefit, it's looking at life cycle cost in each scenario. So that's how we would do it. So, and with that, I want to say thank you again for having me here. I will excuse myself and wish you all well.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mai, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you today. I had planned to, but I had some things come up here in Laramie and prevented my travel. So not ideal to do this via Zoom, but I think we can probably get through it. I think first thing I'd say is I and Mike Samp, my Director of Operations, Associate Vice President of Operations, went over, who's just popped up on your screen here. He and I went over and spoke with Del McComey and Suzanne and others from the construction management department. And the focus of that discussion was mostly on what the majority of your focus this morning has been on, and that's in this sort of strategic planning realm. So the first thing I'd say in that regard is that over the last 10 or 11 years or so, there's been a lot of change at UW in regard to how the trustees what their role is, what their regulations are, and what their involvement in all things facilities related, how they play out on campus now. And I think that has been a largely very positive change, and it's taken a long time. We've done some reorganizing of departments here at UW to accommodate things and to have better communication. In that regard, I would say that our planning process here is largely a continuous planning process. So we're continually evaluating our major maintenance needs, continually evaluating how our preventive maintenance and routine maintenance efforts factor into those major maintenance needs, not unlike what you're hearing from the folks this morning. We coordinate all of that through our trustees. The trustees actually play a pivotal role in approving how we spend our major maintenance monies, and they approve all of our projects. With that regard, or in that regard, I would say there's one more piece in addition to major maintenance, preventive maintenance, routine maintenance, and that goes into construction planning, because what we have learned from past performance, and that I think we've bridged that gap now, I think we've gotten largely past all of that, is that it's critical to have all of your campus engineers, all of your campus tradespeoples, and all involved in the construction planning process right from the beginning, so that you don't end up with buildings that end up causing you big problems 10 or 20 or 30 years down the road. I know you hear a lot from us about old dorms, about old whatever, old buildings. I'm sitting in an old building. I'm sitting in a building that's over 130 years old. And this building is not going anywhere. That I can assure you. I would say that some of the changes to the building have been a little unfortunate. Some of them have been really good, but the building's still here and it's still in really good shape. And our intent on this campus is for our buildings to remain in service indefinitely. And it would only be in very rare circumstances that we would remove a building. So I do think we have a really good comprehensive kind of approach to major maintenance, but everything that goes into major maintenance, routine maintenance, preventive maintenance, and construction planning, I think are all important on this. A couple of things I would like to address with you is, as part of that continuous planning, we have a continuous major maintenance list that, depending on when you talk to us, it's going to run from about $300 to $350 million overall. And of course, there's no way that we could implement a $350 million fix on this campus in short order and bring everything up to 100% snuff. But we pick those projects off in priority. And I'll give you a really important example and a very expensive example of that planning process. And again, this began probably about 10 years ago. And that's the West Campus Satellite Energy Plant and the need to replace a lot of our antiquated systems, our steam tunnel systems, that sort of thing. We're converting most of our West Campus now to hot and chilled water rather than steam. It's much more efficient, much more maintainable, and quite frankly, much more modern. I think a lot of those tunnels that some of you may have been in, they have to be approaching 100 years old or older. And so we are, every year, every biennium that we get major maintenance funds, we're doing more and more to tie into that West Campus Satellite Energy Plant. And so when you come over here onto the west side of campus where I'm at now, you'll see all sorts of disturbance, all sorts of tunnels being dug up, lines being replaced, and that sort of thing. And I think that's your concrete example of a planning system that works really well, a combination of major maintenance, construction, preventive maintenance, all of these units on campus working together to make big lifts that 10 or 15 years ago weren't seen as doable. A couple other things I do want to bring to your attention. There was a question about unspent prior major maintenance appropriations. And again, I think probably 8 to 10 years ago, we prioritized getting those funds in play. And I think what you'll find at UW now is there's virtually no money left from prior appropriations for major maintenance. Those monies have been put to work. They have been put in play here in the community. We hire as many local contractors as we can for them, but we're a bit of a desert island here too. Probably worse so than Cheyenne, maybe more typical of some of the smaller towns across Wyoming, but we do have a really big operation here. But I will say, I think we have pretty efficiently gotten the overwhelming majority of our major maintenance monies expended. Mr. Chairman, I know you're running a bit late, so I'll just cut it off there and ask if there are any questions or any further guidance from us.
Anything for Mr. Mai? Bill, I'd just add, get your travel budget bumped up so you can get out of the ivory tower and come join us in places like Buffalo, see the rest of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, you believe me, we wanted to be up there, and had this situation not come up, we would have been there. Next time we will be.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mai. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, Bill, as this progresses, the issue would be, I mean, presumably you'll sit down and meet with the consultants, show them what you do and how you do it. And I think in order to be efficient and effective on what we're doing, that you report back to us on whether or not those meetings are productive, or some of us be part of it. And because every entity, particularly UW, will probably want to take its own course on how it does it and map it to what you do, and just so we don't chase our tail too much as we walk down this road.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate those comments, and that certainly is our intent, is to work closely. I'm real glad we have the opportunity to work with Dell again. And our intent is to work with him as this thing goes along. I think they may actually gain some insight from us as well. And I will say we have some things to gain from this too, because quite frankly, there are a couple of spots where I think our planning may not have been fully integrated. And if you read the annual, or not annual, but biennial budget provisions for major maintenance, you'll find our pieces that are excluded from major maintenance expenditures are auxiliary, 100% auxiliary funded units, housing, and student union. And so historically, most of those units have kind of been their own island within our universe here. And we've brought them into the fold. And I think full evaluation of those buildings probably will help us. Along with that, I think the R&E centers spread across the state have largely, in the past, certainly prior to my arrival here 10 or 12 years ago, I think those R&E centers were more or less run exclusively by the College of Ag. And I think they've run into some problems with some of those centers that overwhelm them, and they need help. And I think we all realize everything at UW needs to be brought into this fold and planned appropriately. And so I think consultants may be able to help us fast track some of those R&E centers for evaluation, quite frankly, rather than us being in a reactive mode, which we try not to be. We can probably do a better job of routine maintenance and preventive maintenance at all of those sites, and we are spread pretty wide.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Mr. Tyndall, we'll go to you, and I just want you to know we've got 15 people lined
Okay.
up at a microphone here.
All righty. So, thank you,
We
Mr.
clearly are running over a little bit, but this is important.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be really, really quick. So just a few thoughts. In a nutshell, it just seems, I see where you're trying to go, and I really laud the group for trying to do this. And so I'm just going to try to provide a little bit of input to be helpful. And so it just seems that you could define things to death, or you could provide a few definitions. We have apple, oranges, bananas, and grapes. And so but we don't want to define every fruit and everything in the dictionary. So just two quick examples, and I'll close this out. So we had CapCon, and then we had major maintenance, basically categories for us. And so when you want to fund something, you say, oh, if it's kind of a new building, go CapCon. And then if you have to fix your buildings, that's major maintenance. And then we got this capital renewal, and capital renewal was like, let's fix the pipes at Western. And then it was like, well, let's also fix the facades on LCCC's building. And I go, okay. And I go, wait a second. Last year, I fixed all my facades with my major maintenance money. Shoot, I should have asked for a CapCon because it's a separate process. But then I recognized too that LCCC and Joe has a lot more facade than I have. And I went, okay, I kind of get that. So it's really scope matters. The size of the problem, matters. But I don't know. So you kind of see where I'm going at here. And then so I'm thinking with myself, oh, do I run this as a major maintenance? And I know we're trying to define, what's major maintenance versus capital renewal. And then I have this building I'm going to renovate. I go, oh, where does renovation fit? I guess I run at CapCon, but wait a second, isn't that capital renewal? Renew it? And I'm going, well, which track do I go in? And then I get into Senator Kinski's point was kind of prioritization. So, I have this idea to present a renovation of a building, and I'm thinking this is like a $3 million project. And that's really too much for capital maintenance, really, for one. And then I'm thinking, okay, so then I see that, LCCC said, hey, we're going to go for capital renewal, and it goes onto the same list and the same budget pot as CapCon. And I go, okay, so what if somebody has a project that has like create jobs, as you said, and we're going to renovate this building and create new programs. And that's kind of the apples versus fixing the facade is oranges. But the community college system really kind of ranks them together. I'm going, well, these are apples and oranges. One is renewing or helping a facility. One is like launching something strategically. So at the end of the day, what I'd recommend is a few more definitions and separate them in different pots of money and have a different rubric for judging them. So you're not judging Joe's facade with my starting new programs projects. So that's all I have to say, and I'm trying to keep it brief. And I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Anything, and Representative Larson has great ambitions to resolve all that in last year's bill and this, but it is a tough one. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
All right. Anything for Mr. Tyndall? President Tyndall. All right. Who else do we have here? President Tribely, anything to add?
Thank you, Senator Kinski. The only thing I would add is that we do have ways to ramp up the speed in this process. Not tremendous tools, but for example, if we have a new project that's flowing through the system, if we can pick up the costs of, let's say, level 2 architecture, that's roughly 300 grand. That's a way to supercharge it. And besides that, I would say there is strong value in each individual college prioritizing their facilities individually because they have individual needs that are local. It's hard for the state to prioritize them, but I think they're doing a pretty good job at the commission level. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Superintendent Oski, you've got some maintenance experience in 2 different districts.
So am I on? So co-chair, Senator Kinski, Representative Nicholas Charles Oski, Superintendent here in Johnson County School District. I have with me John Zink, my facilities manager. Just kind of try to answer some questions maybe on some of the comments I heard, and maybe you have some questions for the process here. But this is the journey we're on. I'm kind of excited to hear the conversation about a strategic plan, hear the word about roadmaps, because we need to clearly know what that roadmap is so that we can develop plans to maintain, and that is our goal. So what have we done, excuse me, in the last 3 years since I've been here, is we've done a very extensive evaluation of all of our buildings, because my goal as a superintendent was to start putting that plan together of how do we maintain, and then what goes through major maintenance, and then where do we start putting things in the pipeline for component projects, and developing a 5 to 10 year plan. Sorry. But anyway, that has been our process, and we've actually just went through a strategic planning, and one of our last goals was actually systems and processes to put things in place, so we're putting the funding where we need to in long term. The additional questions that we're starting to ask now too is when something does fail, the question is why? Instead of just fixing and putting a Band-Aid on it, how can we do something with the system which is going to cost a little more money, but to maintain it for a longer period of time? So we learn from our lessons prior to us being here. So those are long-term plans. But then Murphy's Law kicks in. We can do all the planning we want. And a great example of this is we have an elevator issue which kicked us into an ADA violation situation, which turned us into an investigation, which turned into a evaluation of our facilities. And now we're putting almost $750,000 into bringing 3 buildings up to ADA compliance. One is just trying to get an elevator running, and the rest of it is getting into compliance, even though the buildings were where they were. So those are unpredictables. You would have never seen them when you rode up to the building or you went through that. But those are things that we sometimes have to make sure we have a pot of money for in our major maintenance and how we fund those, because some of that just doesn't pop up overnight. And then you have a boiler system. When we did our evaluation, that was 5 years down the road, that all of a sudden you get a 30 below day, something freezes, and now you don't just replace one boiler, because that boiler can't be replaced because when it was built, it was no longer the same system. So then you bump that one up to the top, and so there's kind of a rotation through things. Part of the reason that we went to this strategic planning and this initiative is this district has tried to do some great things, but we hadn't had a long-term plan for our facilities, and that is my goal. But it needs to be in conjunction with what the rules and the roadmap is to get to the money in some cases on how we do that. All of our buildings are, the roofs are basically to the point where they're out of expected life expectancy. They're still functionable, but if we don't start planning to replace those, we don't start planning to replace our boilers and things of that nature. That's why I think strategic planning for us is really important, but understanding how to get from where what we can afford and can't afford, I think is even more critical. Another point I want to bring to the table is we have changed since COVID. One of the things we keep talking about is life expectancy of buildings, but we also have to start talking about the infrastructure of technology. I'm not talking about the one-to-one technology. I'm not talking about the TVs, but I'm talking about the infrastructure. If a roof goes down or a boiler goes down, yeah, we don't have kids in school, but same thing with our phone system, our emergencies, and everything with our infrastructure, from how we support that long-term, because that has a shorter turnaround of replacement than just sometimes keeping your boilers and things of that nature. So having that conversation when we're starting to talk about strategic planning is how do we support the infrastructure, which it is, especially when you have cybersecurity and all that, keeping up with some of that is a rotation cycle of sometimes 5 to 7 years. But there's a lot of challenges here. I think there were some great questions. I love the questions or the plan of some type of strategic planning as we move through, but we are open to any questions, but I just wanted to speak to that real quickly.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent Oski, thank you so much for the comments. I have a question. You've got 2 pots of money for maintenance. There's major maintenance that you get from the state that you have to spend on maintenance. Then there's routine maintenance that's built into the funding model. And the routine maintenance, the school board has the right to spend that really on whatever it wants. So my question is this: if you know, in a typical budget year, of the routine maintenance money that you get, does your facilities director get 100% of that for maintenance, 80%, 90%, 120%? What's if you have a sense for that?
So to give you an exact number, I won't give you two, but that is part of the process. So we went through, we're actually went through a revision of our entire budgeting software so that we can start focusing that target on how much is going to each department with facilities. But you can speak with, look at John, when we talk about that, is the funding model is a model that it's a block model where we put the money where it's needed, correct? But the money that we do put in the maintenance piece, we have to budget accordingly because we have to also understand the qualifications for major maintenance because it is a goal to put maintenance. So John explained to me, I think we have over 800 filters that we need to replace every 4 months. So making sure the money goes to that, to the finish of the gym floors and some of those routine maintenance. So as this new software is kicking out, that's where that software and alignment comes into play to make sure that we are putting the money that we generate through the model according to what we funded. So that is a goal of ours too, to be able to have a more definite number of what the percentage of the model goes actually to the upkeep of our facilities. But I can tell you, I don't speak for myself as a superintendent, as we monitor that, we want to make sure that major maintenance is not going to fund at $1.3 million any major breaks. When we have 6 buildings, when our facility study came out and it said we have over $20 million worth of upkeep that we need to do over the next 10 years. So maintaining that so that we don't have all of a sudden something that can be funded is a critical thing for me as a superintendent to make sure we are servicing the equipment that we do have and create a maintenance program that prevents us from getting in a circumstance where we have a building that we can no longer put kids in for a while. Is that fair? But to give you a percentage, I can go with my business manager and get that to Senator Kinski, and then that can be passed on to you. Is that fair? I don't want to give you a number that you come back and say, oh, you were way off, but I can give you that number. Fair? Yep.
Best to pass it on to staff, then we know
Okay.
it'll get where it needs to be.
All right.
Anything else from Mr. Oskey? I just want to just say real quickly, Charles and I have learned together, on these committees, you talk at these ethereal levels, all the theory, and yet he and I have stood shoulder to shoulder as we look into a cabinet full of cables, wondering why we're not getting better internet service in Claremont, or standing in a freezing classroom with a leaking roof and looking at a boiler that's just crapped out in the school. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's the Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
Best laid plans of mice and men, and then all of a sudden, you got kids huddled up in a classroom.
Yep. But co-chairs, I do want you to understand, and I'll speak for Johnson County School District, is our intent is to make sure that we are doing the routine maintenance we need to because we see the importance of longevity of our buildings, and we have beautiful facilities. I think every district does everything differently, a little bit different, but the intention is to make sure we are doing what we can. I appreciate the block grant because it does allow the boards and the superintendent and everybody to put the money where it needs to be, but facilities, we want kids in our brick and mortar schools. That's where we want them. And so we got to maintain them, we got to keep them up. And we understand the funding is tight, but we also got to come to the understanding there's a process. And so if we don't fully understand the process of how we not only maintain, but how do we long-term plan for the replacement of some of these high dollar items, then I don't think we're doing our jobs as districts. And I think most districts are doing the best they can with what they know.
All right, thank you, Mr. Oskey. We have time for 2 more quick comments. And I see somebody keeps jumping up over here. Yeah. Welcome. Get right up on that mic, Dan.
Couple things. One, this is my second JC that I've attended one at university. And Representative Nicholas, you asked the question there about to the effect of maybe they really have an issue with the increase in major needs fund. But one of the things was that proving that issues are taken care of. I think everybody's in agreement that preventive maintenance will eventually cut down on major maintenance of this stuff. And there's always this argument, doing this a long time, and it doesn't really matter at this point who pays for it. Why not allow us to take preventive maintenance programs out of our major maintenance dollars? Because once we do that, and it goes on record, that was preventive maintenance 6.8 to 6.8. So you would almost have proof that at least the districts have purchased the preventive maintenance program. And we can move forward. Preventive maintenance, you know, I ran one of Cincinnati's oldest and largest refrigeration companies for me. And our preventive maintenance crew was the most talented, the most experienced mechanics. Because for one thing, they generate business for our servicing, but also the other guys who pick up all the little things that need to be taken care of at the right time. So I would ask that you guys really consider doing stuff like that. The other thing too is there's another part of maintenance that everybody forgets about, specialty contracts. These specialty contracts come in 3-year blocks most of the time. I'm talking elevators, fire systems, control. We just got done with our last 3 years, and our increases across the board is 17%. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money out of my budget. It's a lot of money out of the district's budget. It's a lot of money out of anything. But 17% for a 3-year contract, and we're talking, you know, like I said, elevators, fire sprinklers, fire systems, fire extinguishers. And I've been checking out a lot of hoods and kitchens in your schools. These are expenses that we're going to have to figure out because we're seeing increases larger than what we're getting from, whether it's from block grant money or whether it's from new grants. Either way, it doesn't matter if you're increasing it in your industry. Representative Larson talked about, he asked Shelley about when you look at the major maintenance at the end of the year, it doesn't have, you know, can they see what maintenance work is about? No. Again, major maintenance, if we were allowed to at least 50% kind of financial agreement where we can pay for a work order system. Work order systems are going up at the same rate as everything else. If you truly are interested in what we're doing at the district level, then help pay for our work orders because that ties into, you know, our major system. At the commission meeting over in Rock Springs, I know I've been dealing with AIM since AIM was AIM, now it's a different, it's called Preemption. They do make AIMS or operates like it's part of the state system for people who can't afford something, but at least we have some kind of proof that we're actually doing work on this building. I invite everybody to come down and check out my stuff. I even have on my major maintenance, my PMs and I do major maintenance. I got what we call asset preservation code. So it actually, I did a 20-year facility plan last year. And I turned it in, I was talking to the director of the and says, here's my 20-year plan. He looked at it. He said, well, your numbers are all messed up. I said, well, I used my numbers from Bureau Veritas plus my expertise. And when you look at it 20 years, if you apply your preventive maintenance in your work order systems, and I use chillers because I want to take down that contract. You look at changing out chillers, you might be talking $200,000. But maybe one is due 5 years. If I start doing my preventive maintenance and I submit my rotation of my 20-year plan, you'll start seeing that chiller instead of being due at maybe 2030, now it's 2035. You can extend the life, but it requires checking oil, checking refrigerant, checking for contaminants in the systems, checking mega home readings. Those are specialties that most districts do not have that specialty in-house. And so what's the harm in hiring some contractor who educates to do this stuff? If we're truly looking to preserve our assets, somebody's going to have to pay for it. And from a facility standpoint, you know, I get it, because I hear from business guys and I hear from the state folks. Somebody's got to pay for it.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Anything else for Dan? Okay. I'd like to move on to the next topic. We'll take one more real quickly. Jesse?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the committee, we know that you are short on time. But again, Jesse Defoe with the Wyoming Construction Coalition, and the one voice you haven't had at the table yet today is industry. And so we wanted to make sure that we were here to let you know how supportive we are of this effort, what it means for our workforce, for our businesses, and ultimately our economic outlook. So with me, I have a member, Richard Cisneros with Powder River Heating and AC. Representative Smith, in case you're still looking for some help. But one of our founding members and of the WCC and can provide some great insight today.
Jesse, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Pull that mic up closer there. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to testify on behalf of our membership at the Wyoming Construction Coalition. So as a contractor, and I'll try to keep this brief because I know the time constraints, but I just wanted to touch on three points that have been mentioned before. So as part of the master plan that you guys are discussing in the legislation, we deal with 8 school districts and 2 community college districts, as well as private industry, counties, cities. A lot of them do have master plans already in place. But the issue is they don't always coincide. And what we'll see in our region, which is the I-90 corridor from Sheridan to Newcastle and Sundance, is a lot of times projects stack up year after year. So some years we'll see, and a lot of the major maintenance happens in the summer. You know, we got 10 weeks. Some years we might see $1 million of work come out for the mechanicals. Other years it could be upwards of 10 million. And as a business, we're trying to coordinate that and allocate resources. Some years we can't bid on certain projects because we fill up so fast. And a lot of times you might get no bids or one bid on a project just because of the overall planning that isn't coordinated amongst the entities. So I think this legislation will help with that, where if you have some mechanical renovations that need to be done in the Northeast Wyoming districts, maybe you put 1 or 2 off a year to allow more competitive bidding and allow the workforce to adapt to that. The second point, which was mentioned earlier, was about workforce. In our business planning with this, I think Mr. Small earlier said you had a lot of peaks on that bar graph, right? Major maintenance. Somebody mentioned $3 to $4 million mechanical projects. So with our workforce in Wyoming and nationwide in the skilled trades, there is a shortage. We all know that. If I have to adjust to take on $10 million of work this summer, build my workforce, that's hard to do in a short period of time in Wyoming. You just don't have the workforce out there. And then the next summer, maybe it's down to $1 million. And, you know, workforce leaves the state. There's a lot of work in Rapid City in Montana that they can go and get a job. Any tradesman can leave right now and get a job anywhere. So having a master plan that kind of levels that off in the regions that we work will really help us as a business, where we can keep our really good tradesmen employed and steady work throughout the years. The third item that has been mentioned earlier is costs. So along with this peaks and valleys and workforce that we have, how does that affect costs? So last summer we had a lot of work in Campbell, Weston County, and that is not there this year. We have a lot of work in Sheridan and Johnson County this year. So I'm shifting workforce over there, but you got travel, you got per diem, you got overtime, all that increases your costs. If you don't have a big overall master plan that can level these peaks and valleys, the state and the taxpayer are paying more money for those services. So those are the 3 points I wanted to hit. Are there any questions?
No, it's all very helpful. Jesse, you heard it was either Ms. Norton or Mr. Small or both talk about training with industry as part of this whole strategic plan. And if you'd put that down on your list of things to follow up with on the contractors, I don't understand exactly, but it'd be nice to interject yourself into that process earlier rather than later.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything for these folks? All right, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up state construction, and we're gonna move on to the Veterans Home of Wyoming back. Oops, well, that is public comment. Oh, yeah, none of those folks were scheduled. Yeah, that was public comment. Veterans Home of Wyoming, and Suzanne and Stefan and Franz, Greg, I think every member of this committee has been through this previously, I think they can kind of treetop it, can't they, in terms of those studies?
If there was, wanted to have public comment that was not, if we don't have time for you, if you can submit anything in writing to us, and we'll, if there's an open window, we can always come back. So just want to make sure everyone gets to have their 2 cents.
Thank you. So if you could kind of treetop it, and then just for the committee, co-chair and I made an executive decision. We're going to run till 1, and that'll give us lunch from 1 to 2:30. And because we want to get through the vets home and the foreign ownership of land. So welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, again, Suzanne Norton with the State Construction Department. I'm just going to give a high-level reiteration of things that are in your research document attachment. With the most recent is that in the 22 legislative, it was a document prepared by LSO. That's okay. So I'm starting in 2022 when the current appropriations occurred. $24.85 million of general fund and $46.15 of federal funds in response to a grant application that was approved by the Veterans Administration.
Yes, and Councilman, would you mind pulling that door closed? There's some folks out there that are talking and getting in the way of my hearing aids.
You could pull that mic a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we have been in design for the renovation and expansion of the domiciliary. We have spent about $4 million. Last July, June, July, we were hoping that we would hear that the federal funding would be available and granted very soon, but we did not make it to the top of the list. There's more information on that, but I'm going to leave it to the director on our place on the list. We bid the project for construction manager at risk and received a GMP on July 5th, I believe, that would have allowed us to continue, but funding from the federal government didn't come. So in the 2023 planning period, SBC approved $75 million of general fund, a recommendation to the governor's office for 69 million.
And so, just so you all understand, the project that we did not fund through the session, it is in essence a replacement of the current Veterans Home. And it would be on the same location but next to it, right? Is that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Stephen Johansson with the Wyoming Department of Health. Glad to be with you this morning. Simple answer is yes. It's a full reconstruction. So same, really taking most of the buildings down to their studs, redesigning, reconstructing the facility, but somewhat different than the State Hospital and the Life Resource Center and the Veterans Nursing Home project, which were new buildings on new parts of the campus or the land. This would be existing. So in the facility that you'll see today and tour the domiciliary, the 3 or 4 year project, should it be funded and move forward, would be redesigning that part of the campus. The domiciliary, which is basically assisted living level of care.
And so you would be vacating part of it and operating part of it during construction.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It would be concurrent. So again, a bit different than the other projects where it has to be designed in phases because we will be caring for those residents and essentially shifting them to different parts of the campus when certain phases are underway for the reconstruction.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
Continuing, State Building Commission recommended to the governor $69 million in the legislative session. It did not make it to the CapCon bill. However, the capital construction bill did not pass the first day of the session. It wasn't introduced. I would note that in the governor's recommendation, it was suggested that appropriation, leveraging all other inflation reserve funds that could be available to that project, the appropriation could have been about $52 million. we look for your feedback, but we are bringing forward a CapCon request for SBC consideration in July to resubmit that. And I think that covers my portion, and I'll let.
Is that going to come through in terms of the governor's, is that going to come through in terms of the governor's supplemental or a separate CapCon request?
Mr. Chairman, the CapCon bill is separate from supplemental and standard budgeting, and there is one every year.
Okay. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification to make sure I'm accurate, the original request in 22 was a $71 million total project. The 2024 total request was a little over a $90 million total project. Just making sure that that's accurate on base.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that is on base. At the beginning of the legislative session, our contractor on the project checked in with the subcontractors and the bidders and brought back that if it had been funded and planned to break ground this spring, we thought $88 million would be the budget. But as time goes on, of course, inflation happens and costs go up.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up before I go to Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up with that, is that the all-in cost, or is that in addition to the 28 million or 26 million that we appropriated several years ago?
Answer that.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the all-in cost. Would have been 69 plus the 25 roughly that was allocated in 2022. So the all-in cost for the 2024 bill and session would have been that neighborhood of 90 million.
Okay. Anything else for Suzanne before we go to Mr. Johansson? Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
You can stay up here, please.
Okay.
I'm sure something else.
I have two
or
others.
other members of his team. Okay, go ahead.
I'm here. Feed me.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. To use your term, we will treetop this and have some further discussion during the tour, which we're very excited to host the committee and show you around the domiciliary campus and maybe put some eyes, get some visuals on what's being replaced and why. Very briefly, I'll introduce you to a few folks I have with me. You all probably know Franz Fuchs, our Chief Policy and Data Analyst behind me. I'd like to introduce you to Greg Meredith, who's sitting to my right. Greg Meredith joined the Veterans Home as our new administrator in the beginning of March, following the retirement of Bruce Allison earlier in the year. Greg comes to us at the Veterans Home. I fished in my own pond. He comes from the Life Resource Center, where he did some good work for us. And during that process, as we opened the new nursing home at the Life Resource Center, took an interest in nursing home administration. We put him and he volunteered to go through an administrator in training program, got licensed as a nursing home administrator, and ultimately we're very excited to bring Greg on board as our new leader of the Veterans Home, and just in a few months has really been doing an excellent job helping us staff up both the new nursing home and the domiciliary, get us ready at the nursing home for survey and VA certification, which is going smoothly. So you'll hear and see more of Greg later this afternoon. And then certainly want to introduce you to Nate Miller, who I think is sitting in the back, who can wave. Nate Miller is our Department of Health construction manager, who works very closely with Suzanne and everybody, our colleagues at State Construction Department, helping us manage our maintenance, preventive maintenance, capital construction, et cetera, at all 5 of our Department of Health facilities. So all of these folks have been really pivotal in getting us where we are today. Mr. Chairman, just to maybe put some color commentary and a little bit of background on Ms. Norton's comments earlier, this is a project and an idea that's certainly not new to this committee. This goes back to a master plan and condition assessment that was conducted for the Department of Health facilities, all 5 of them, in 2013, which led to the rebuilding of the Wyoming State Hospital, the rebuilding of the Wyoming Life Resource Center, and third in that priority list from the architects that did that study was to redo the Veterans Home domiciliary. That got put on hold for a variety of reasons. Between then and now, the legislature approved and we have constructed and opened the new Veterans Nursing Facility, which you'll be able to see on the other side of the campus later this afternoon. And then the entanglement and complexity with how the VA construction grant process works is kind of why we're still having this conversation today. We have had our application for the rebuilding of the domiciliary into the VA for some time now, and as we discussed during the most recent legislative session and during our budget hearings, we are ranked in a certain priority category of all Veterans Administration construction projects that is a bit lower than we were for the construction of the nursing home, primarily because we were prioritized high for the nursing home because we didn't have one. We're not adding new beds, we are redesigning, reconstructing the current facility, and therefore our priority ranking is, let's call it somewhere in the middle, not at the top of the pack. And I did learn that just this week, as you all know, probably a year ago, we had appealed the VA's decision on where we ranked in our priority status on a few factors that we argued in conjunction with State Construction Department that we believe we should have been prioritized higher. As far as I'm aware, they have gotten back to us and let us know that that priority ranking is not changing. That does not mean the application is denied. That means we just are where we are right now. And so the frustrating uncertainty for you all and us on the timeline of when those federal funds would be approved and allocated is still somewhat in limbo. So the policy decision for this committee, the legislature, State Building Commission, as it was last year, is kind of a bifurcated policy decision point. Do we wait for the federal, approval adjudication on our application for those 65% VA construction funds? And there's pros and cons to both of these. Or secondly, as you all considered during the session and last year, does the state invest, kind of front load general funds, knowing that the federal portion would be reimbursed at some point in the future?
Representative Larson's anxious to jump in here.
Please, Mr. Chairman.
Stefan, so pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Johansson. In that conversation about being stuck where we are, even though we're in place, they've approved 67 million. 40.
Mr. Chairman,
48.
the VA, sorry, go ahead.
So that number, let's just call it 50 million for this conversation. They've approved $50 million, and that's not going to change even if we wait for 10 years. And so we've seen that cost go up 10 million. We're still, if we wait and do this 10 years from now, 5 years from now, we're just going to get that fixed price that they've already approved, and we know that those costs. Am I seeing that accurately?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, you are. And, again, pros and cons of having the application sit versus pull it back and reapply at some other point. The application is in right now, and those federal fund amounts are locked in the application. There is or was a 10% cost escalator that you can take advantage of, which has been. That's part of that. But essentially, to rephrase your comment, the longer the application sits and waits, the less percentage that the federal government is covering. So even though the program offers 65% matching funds from the VA for construction projects, if a project sits 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, that 65% in effect starts ratcheting down, where at the current estimated project cost, we'd be looking at roughly a 50-50 split at this point. Maybe a little bit higher on the federal fund end, but somewhere around there.
Representative Walters and then the co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow that, if we were to pull our application back and resubmit a new application with updated numbers, we would then be classed in that year's group of applications. And it doesn't necessarily mean we would be any higher or any more likely to get the money. Or could you expand on that thought process?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, yes, you're right. And kind of multiple factors go into that. So hypothetically, if the state were to withdraw, resubmit, the advantage there is to capture additional federal funds based on a more recent project cost estimate. The downside of that is that essentially you're entering the application system again. Now, the priority status of all applications considers both current and potentially future submitted projects all over the country of where that prioritization schedule falls. And then all of this is subject to federal appropriations to the VA, where in some years, not as common, but in some years we have seen larger allocations to fund the backlog of projects that have been submitted nationally, where in other years, they're like we are in now, not a huge appropriation, and therefore projects at the top of the priority list, as they start to peel them off, essentially eat up those funds. As we testified during our budget hearing and during the legislative session when you all were considering this, we do think it is likely that, very likely, that the project will be funded on the federal level at some point. And I think we really frustrated you all when we gave you an estimate of somewhere between 3 and 10 years that we believe the federal funds would flow. We can't really answer that definitively based on all of the projects nationally that are considered, but we do believe that there's, we're within the bounds of the program, the law, the CFR of this project being warranted, being designed under the program standards, et cetera. So we do believe it will be funded in the future. It's just when is a difficult question to answer.
Okay, follow up, please.
And not so much a follow-up, but a furthering a question for Suzanne. Have you had any discussions with the contractor that had previously won the RFP, if you will, about adding a slight inflation factor, but keeping them on, and if the legislature were to fund it, say in 2025, not going to a full RFP, just simply going back to that contractor with an updated number to try and hold the cost down versus a full opening of the gamut?
Mr. Chairman, I think where the design won't be changing significantly, we may have to do a little bit of design to incorporate the requirement of Buy America, Build America, BABA. But where it is the same project, I don't believe we will need to go back out for bid. And if the funds became available, we would be able to put the shovel in the ground.
Please, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So a couple different things, Stefan. First of all, it's my understanding that as it presented to us over the last 2 years, one of the problems is that there's not too many projects that are submitted that have this kind of a dollar sign to them. Most of the projects are 1, 2, 3, 4 million, so it's a lot easier to fund those than it is to give one state of Wyoming $48 million when you are only allocated 150 or 200 million for these particular projects. And so that makes me question the reality of saying, oh yeah, we think it's going to get funded sooner or later. Because, Wyoming is not going to be a priority to anybody, particularly when you can make everybody happy at $3 or $4 million a pop, and just one person unhappy by not paying us $48 million. But it seems to me that if we resubmitted, there may be value to that for 2 reasons. Number one, it's going to be $100 million now. And number two, as I understand it, we go right back to the same place on the list. We don't really, because if we fit into a category, and there's only so many in that category, so we're going to be back in the same spot. But if it's 2/3 funding, then instead of 48, it's going to be 68. And then my other question that I just, as you were talking this morning, you talked about this is replacement beds versus new beds, and so it's a different category. So what if we change the design so that, at least for one category, we do add new beds? Can we change our application so that we are at greater likelihood of being classified in a higher level to increase our chances?
Pin a medal on you.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Nicholas, you raised several very good points. To your last on resubmitting the application and trying to work within the system to increase Wyoming's priority status, we've been discussing that thoroughly of what those factors could be. Let me clarify one point where the Veterans Nursing Facility, which you'll see in the nearby distance today during the tour, we did not have a facility. Now, the priority ranking for building new beds is, in a current facility, is different and actually lower. So there's not much advantage there. Now, what we appealed on in some of our comments and appeal to the VA on where we came in that priority 1F category were things like the design standards that this facility is being designed to, which are very high level nursing home standards, in fact. But it is a domiciliary. We're not opening it or licensing it as a nursing home. We've asked those questions of the VA, have not received a favorable response. Other things like infection control, HVAC systems that you'll hear about and can see in the design plan are part of that too. Mr. Chairman, I'm just not sure. I do think there's value, hypothetical value in resubmitting the application for the federal funds that could be captured there. There is not a guarantee. The category would likely be the same for the project in terms of 14F if nothing changed on the VA side. What we can't control is the priority rankings of all the other projects that come in new to the VA. And to your point about the scale, you're absolutely right. Our project, at least right now, relative or compared to our national counterparts and projects that have been submitted, we're order of magnitude higher in terms of scale and cost. Does that make it less likely that the VA will fund it at all? Maybe. I think that's an inherent risk in this decision. But I have to keep going back to now frustrating you specifically, Co-Chairman Nicholas, that this recommendation to redo this facility was made, now 12 years ago. And I'll still contend that it needs to be done at some point. The complexity of when federal funds would come in is absolutely there. But I do see downside in the longer that we wait to do it, whether there's a higher share of federal funds or not as a percentage of the total cost, we will continue to see those cost escalations in the longer we wait to break ground.
So then just to follow up, ultimately then the next question is, because that raises more questions, do we revise our building model to make it more of a domiciliary and not at the high-end nursing home grade that you're talking about? Because if it's going to be all of our dollars, let's build it for what it's meant to be at the standards that need to be met for a domiciliary, which I think are somewhat different.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Nicholas, again, you make a good point. Balancing act there, because in terms of the design for this reconstructed domiciliary, having gone through the page turn with the architect and the design team last year and the year before, as your health director, I'm quite pleased with the design and what we would be providing to the residents there. But you make a good point, and to that point and your previous, I'd be happy to volunteer now that this policy decision is in front of you again this year during this interim period for my team and State Construction Department, if they're willing, to get together and get you some options or recommendations on pros and cons of current application versus a resubmittal and what those risks or benefits might be. We're happy to provide that to you so you have maybe some stronger recommendations from the executive branch as you enter the fall in these decisions, and certainly for the supplemental budget session if that would be helpful.
So my last question is there any historical support for the VA coming back in, if we build the whole thing, we spend $100 million doing it, that 5 or 7 years, they're going to come back and say, oh yeah, here's your money?
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait for folks behind me to yell at me if this is incorrect. There is precedent for that, and I had a meeting with the governor.
Is the precedent on a $3 or $4 million project or a $50 million?
Mr. Chairman, that I would have to get back to you on the scale of those federal funded projects that were, after the fact. We'll certainly get back to you on that. But we had this very discussion with the Secretary of the VA this winter. And again, I'm somewhat displeased that our priority ranking appeal was not considered more favorably, but at this point it is what it is, giving you the information of where we are. But there is precedent for that. We can certainly look into the history of what scale those projects have been funded, because you all are in a unique position on appropriations. You have to consider those risks. How much are you investing in this facility, and what is the certainty of that federal payback that I'm saying I think is there. But at that scale, it's very different than a $1 million, HVAC renovation for a domiciliary in another part of the country.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I think what we heard previously is that it's routine that there'll be this big backlog, and then you get a change of administration or a change in Congress, and all of a sudden a big flush of funding comes through. They clear the backlog out. I don't know whether $50 million or not. Representative Larson, you had a question?
Please, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Johansson, just for clarification, as we talked about options, prior to building the skilled nursing facility, which is a long-term care unit, we have the domiciliary, and the domiciliary takes care of a population that's more mobile, needs less services. We built the long-term facility because that's a separate population and needs more long-term care. So it might be dementia, it might be dual diagnosis, it might be a number of things. And so if we were to step back and say, well, maybe if we fully fund this whole thing, we ought to make it similar to what we just built, then we're displacing a population that needs services through the assisted living. Would that be a fair observation, or would you do that with inside a skilled nursing facility, but just have it less acute?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's a really good question, and exploring that hypothetical a bit, as we talked about, if we were to, for example, resubmit the application as, a scaled down nursing home, certainly an option, but I do think you're right that we have to consider the residents and the historical nature of this facility that has been a domiciliary or assisted living facility for, decades. You're right that the 36-bed nursing home that was built and opened recently, we do have a nice continuum of care on the campus now, where residents in the domiciliary that become in need of skilled nursing and are in fact eligible under Medicaid, for example, for those skilled nursing services, we're not discharging to another facility. There's been a bed open to move over to the other side of the campus, which is quite a nice continuum. But that hypothetical you asked, again, I think there's pros and cons to that in terms of redesigning the reconstruction of the domiciliary project to be more nursing-like.
And I just follow up, and then I've got a follow-up on it too, please, Representative.
You made a comment on the long term. I would just like to expand that just a little. We're taking not only from the domiciliary into that, we're taking veterans from across the state that were in a long-term care facility or were going into long-term care. So it's a statewide receptacle, not just out of the domiciliary.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, absolutely. The qualifications for the domiciliary and the nursing home are essentially veterans and Gold Star families in Wyoming in need of those levels of care. So while not, it's 36 beds, so obviously we're about half capacity right now in terms of our census. We opened in December and we're waiting on survey, all those fun things. But we can take applications and admit veterans from all over the state.
So I got lost. How did we get into talking about redesigning the domiciliary to a SNF building potential? What?
Mr. Chairman, probably my fault, but in talking about the policy decision for this body and the executive branch on whether or not to maintain what we're doing now, which is a domiciliary reconstruction application that's in the VA system now.
That's designed as a domiciliary.
That's designed as a domiciliary, or pulling that back to reapply given 2 years have passed and there's cost escalators that on the fiscal side are reapplying, submitting a new application would in theory capture more of the project costs on the federal fund side because our federal funds for the project are locked in when we applied. So that's the discussion. And again, more hypothetical that we could look at design elements, to Chairman Nicholas's point, of either scaling up or scaling down to influence our priority status.
And what would be the idea of scaling up, to make them swing beds then?
Mr. Chairman, not so much swing beds, but again, totally hypothetical. The idea being nursing home beds potentially, which these are not designed to be, standards are similar in terms of the healthcare setting, but factors that may influence our priority status with the VA.
Okay,
And those are, a lot of those elements are what we had appealed on, so I'm less optimistic that if we did a full redesign project, which comes at cost with the design team, that we would change our priority status with the VA.
Okay, it looks like Mr. Fuchs is anxious to jump in. Did you want to come up to the mic?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Franz Fuchs.
Suzanne's happy to vacate.
Department of Health.
Anytime she cannot be in that chair, she's happy. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning.
members of the committee, good morning. Just wanted to be clear that if we were to redesignate this project as a nursing home level of care, we would actually drop in priority. So it would not be advantageous to resubmit as a nursing home because we already have one now. And so the priority actually be a 1.5 to our 1.7. We're a 1.4 F right now, so it would actually be lower. Just want to be clear.
What about your demand forecasts? I've always been puzzled by the fact that you're cutting back the number of domiciliary beds, and I don't know if that was because of the budget or you foresee fewer old people in need of domiciliary care. I'm leveraging off Chairman Nicholas. I would think that there would be demand for new domiciliary beds as we go forward. You know, the graying of America is coming along a pace quickly.
But not as fast as Wyoming.
And faster in Wyoming, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the VA maintains a population forecast called VetPop, and per that forecast, the number of veterans will actually start dropping in Wyoming after 2025, 2030-ish. And that's largely, yes, there is an older population, but there are also fewer veterans in those, past World War II, Korean War, Vietnam. That the number of conflicts, the number of veterans has dropped as a fraction of the population. So those two factors combined mean there will be less vets needing this level of care after 2030.
And that includes family members and Gold Star families and family members of family members and
Mr.
that
Chairman,
sort of
no,
thing?
just purely veterans, but you could probably extrapolate and assume that, a multiplier over there.
Seems odd. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Stith?
and just to cover perhaps old ground, but to be eligible to be at the Veterans Domiciliary here, you have to have served in combat or just in certain theaters and certain wars. What are the criteria?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, criteria would be honorably discharged veterans of the armed forces and members of the state National Guard. So it's pretty general, and Gold Star families are a part of that for the domiciliary. I did want to just add some color to one of Franz's comments that, and to Chairman Kinski's question, that reduction in the total number of beds that we were licensed or approved for in the domiciliary to accommodate the new nursing home that happened is based on that kind of population formula that's mentioned, where states, in terms of VA homes or veterans homes, are given a certain number of beds. So we just kind of pushed on the balloon and it came out different side. We wanted to build, you all wanted us to build 36-bed nursing facility. So our census at the domiciliary was not nearly as high as we were licensed or approved for. So we just brought down that conceptual number of licensed beds to accommodate the nursing home. But our census right now at the domiciliary is in the 60s, Greg? 62 today. We're sitting at 18 in the nursing home. So to give you a sense of kind of our population there.
So now that the nursing home's built, we can pop the domiciliary census back up.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and as all of you hear me say irritatingly, it all depends on our ability to staff the facility. Mr. Meredith has done a really good job in the past couple of months getting leadership hired, nurses and CNAs hired. We're hopefully on track to reduce our reliance on contract labor as much as we can. And I think there's a general sense of excitement, both at the domiciliary and the new nursing home, that we've built some really good things at this campus, and so seeing some improvements on the staffing side. But long-winded answer to your question, Chairman Kinski, yes, our goal is to get our domiciliary census and the remaining 18 beds of our nursing home, once we're certified by CMS, which we anticipate survey coming any day now. We're excited about that. Anticipate getting that census up so we're operating the nursing home and the domiciliary as close to full capacity as possible.
Okay. What else do we need to cover here?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just close with what I mentioned. We know this is a difficult decision when you're faced with a fiscal problem that has some uncertainty around federal funds coming in. I would just continue to reiterate that what you'll see today, I think our staff, our facility managers do a really good job with the domiciliary and making it comfortable and high quality of life for our residents. But going back, again, 11, 12 years to the recommendations that were made, I think there's general consensus it needs to be done at some point. We're here with you to help you weigh those pros and cons, get you the information you need, recommendations on our current application versus a new one during this interim period. But very excited to host those of you who can make it up to the campus this afternoon. We'll probably have one or two groups maybe going concurrently. And as I understand it, you'll get to meet with our resident council president, one of our veterans that's there to tell you how it is at the facility. And many of you have seen and toured this facility before, and you'll be able to see some of the narrow corridors, the ADA ramps, the shared bathrooms, double occupancy rooms that would be designed out for the new facility for an even higher quality redesigned veterans home. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to the tour and happy to answer any other questions
Thank you,
you might have.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned about your change of nomenclature for the skilled nursing facility. I hear you calling it a nursing home. I don't think it's a nursing home. It's a skilled nursing facility, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, yes, we call those our veterans skilled nursing cottages. Layperson's term that I think the public knows skilled nursing facility as is a nursing home. So sometimes that nomenclature gets interchanged, but it is absolutely a licensed and operated and built as a skilled nursing facility. And for those of you after the domiciliary tour that would like to stick around and see one or two of those cottages in the nursing home that are staffed and have residents in them, we're proud of it. We're happy to walk you through there as well. It's a really remarkable, lovely environment that I've had the opportunity since December to talk to some of our vets that are in there, talk to the staff, and hopefully you'll see the same things I do, that the concept it was designed around, very home-like, again, high quality of life, comfortable, single occupancy rooms, all these things that you might see or be able to envision for the reconstruction of the domiciliary are absolutely at play in the nursing home, and we look forward to continuing that good work at the new nursing facility. Excuse me, Senator Anderson, for our veterans. It's been a long road to get here, as many of you know, but being here now and seeing the possibility for that 36-bed nursing facility is exciting.
Well, I'll tell you where I start from is our commitment to our veterans. And I believe it's almost unfortunate that there's a dime of federal money available or this thing be built by now. It's the worst rated facility in the system. The Life Resource Center was worse. It's been rebuilt. Not a dime of federal funds. We didn't ask how much federal money we're going to get before we did that. State Hospital, we didn't wait for federal money on that. Or any number of things. Schools, we don't get federal money. Office buildings, UW West Stands, Corbett Pool Law School, not a dime of federal money. We ask about what's the mission, what's important, who are we to serve? And we made a commitment, we're going to serve these veterans. I think we need to build it. You said other states have reconciled themselves to just writing the check and seeing when and if they ever get anything from the feds. We're circling the drain on these federal funds. This is the worst rated facility, and we made a commitment to these veterans over 100 years ago that we're going to take care of them. And I think we need to get the thing built. I get it, 48 to 50 million bucks. It's a lot of money. I feel like we ought to just write it off in our minds and proceed, and then if we get the check, we get the check, and if not, we've done the right thing by our veterans. That's where I come from on it. Okay. Anything else on this topic? All right, let's move on to foreign ownership of land. Oh, wait, public comment, absolutely. Thanks, Mr. Co-Chair. You always keep me on track. Public comment.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Kelly Little. I'm with the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. I will be very brief. I just want to commend the committee for coming to Buffalo today to tour this project and to educate yourselves on the importance of this project. At AGC Wyoming, we support our veterans and we support the funding of this project. And we are hopeful that not only will the project put Wyoming citizens to work here in Buffalo, but most importantly, it will support Wyoming's veterans in a way that they will be taken care of for life. So that is our commentary, and I will stand for questions.
Anything for Kelly? All right, thanks for joining us. Any further public comment? Further public comment? All right, we're going to close that topic off, and we're going to move to foreign ownership of land. And for background, we've got Tamara Valley, legal counsel for LSO. Tamara, you have really done yeoman's work on this. I mean, it's a complicated topic. You've been very thorough, and I don't even know where to begin on this. So good luck. I'm sure you'll do a wonderful job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You should have two handouts or online handouts. I don't think one of them made your original mailing for this topic. One is a memo on the definitions of critical infrastructure facility from one of our LSO staffers, Kelly. And then the other is a memo from me on topic summary, foreign ownership of land in Wyoming. And I might just start out by reminding you all of why we're looking at this topic, and that's because it's on your interim topic list. It's number 5. The committee will address foreign adversaries' ownership of land in Wyoming by examining the potential risks to national security. The committee will consider regulatory measures to ensure transparency, fairness, and protection of domestic interests without hindering foreign investments from non-adversarial countries that benefit the state of Wyoming. So this is a topic that really isn't new. The concept of the ability of aliens to have ownership and property rights within the United States and within the states, it's certainly not new. And it's something you've heard a lot about in recent years because you've had multiple pieces of legislation attempting to address this topic or attempting to create some controls around it. And you did enact one piece of legislation last year. That was Senate File 77, and that requires the governor, in consultation with the director of the Office of Homeland Security, to designate properties or areas as critical infrastructure zones, and then provide a list of those critical infrastructure zones to the county clerks, then ask the county clerks to report conveyances that are within or near those zones to the Division of Criminal Investigation within the Attorney General's office, who can then investigate the conveyances. If they find them, they might pose a threat to national security or involve a foreign adversary. So that was enacted, that goes into effect. A little bit of funding was provided to the county clerks to try to help implement this. One thing that I'm not real sure about is what happens when there is a security threat. I think that it would be handled on an as-needed basis. But then turning on to what other states are doing, and some of the reason for all the attention is that there has been a large amount of legislation considered and enacted in other states, and it really varies across the board. One thing that I'm not seeing is that there's a model act that has gone around the states and they've just picked it up and passed it. They've all had very different uses of terminology. It applies to different people. The scope is different. The reporting mechanisms are different. The enforcement mechanisms are different. It's different whether they grandfather in existing property or not. And so as you consider whether you're going to pick up any legislation on this topic, those are some areas that you consider. I think you should keep in mind what you've already done with Senate File 77, and if you're going to adopt anything else, how that will play in with this existing Senate File 77, and then the scope of any new legislation you might want on the subject. I can also talk a little bit about the legal history, but I probably don't think we want to go into too much detail on the subject. Generally, states have a right under common law and existing law. States have the right to regulate ownership of land within their jurisdiction. This is subject only to the United States Constitution, the state's own constitution, and as well as treaties of the United States, which some of those original treaties had some property ownership rights, for example, for British citizens. So with that in mind, a lot of states have gone the way of generally allowing foreign ownership of land. It's not like many countries where there's a blanket restriction against foreign ownership of land. Generally, foreign aliens can invest and own land. Some states have just had specific provisions and carves out for generally agriculture land, and then more recently, critical infrastructure or military installations. Now, the federal government, on the other hand, has not had any specific prohibition against foreign ownership of land in the states. There have been some proposals in Congress that have been considered, but one thing that the foreign government does have oversight over, and the president in particular has foreign policy oversight. And through the president's authority over foreign policy, this commission, known as CFIUS, has been created. It was by executive order in 1975, and through several amendments to the Defense Production Act, we now get what we have today, which is the CFIUS. And CFIUS, it sounds like a disease, but it's not. It's the Committee on Foreign Investments. They specifically study mergers and acquisitions and deals that would have a foreign entity becoming an owner or a significant backing of certain assets and certain businesses. And those businesses are generally critical infrastructure as well as technologies. And then there's a real estate component to it as well. And that real estate component is if there's a foreign adversary that acquires land within a certain distance to military installations. So it doesn't, there's not as much overlap with critical infrastructure, where some states are prohibiting foreign adversaries from owning within a certain area close to critical infrastructure, like a power plant. CFIUS's review and their authority is limited to real estate transactions close to military installations, federal military installations, and ports. And so there's not complete overlap between the two and between what Senate File 77 looks at. Then the other thing that has made this topic timely was the CFIUS recommendation to the president and the president's subsequent order of divestiture of Mine 1 in Cheyenne near F.E. Warren Air Force Base. So that's kind of the broad overview. If you want to provide me any more direction on where you'd like to see this topic go, I can give you some ideas of things to consider if you're going to draft legislation on the topic, some policy decisions to make to give direction, or we can continue to look at it or take public comment or hear from others.
So, it's CFIUS, I'm saying that right? What is it?
That's right.
CFIUS, so they were directed, the name of those folks near Warren Air Force Base, to be out within 2 months. Or do we know if they're out, or what transpired?
No, Mr. Chairman, my understanding was that divestiture was already in place. An agreement was already in place before the order.
Okay, so they had been working informally as well, or to some degree?
I assume so. The CFIUS review process generally happens where an entity, a foreign business, will be interested in taking ownership or becoming a partner or having some property, and they will go through CFIUS review by providing notice to CFIUS or a declaration saying we're interested in this, we need clearance. And a lot of entities will make that a condition of closing. Right? When you get your CFIUS clearance, will close, and that can be challenging because the timelines for the review have become extended. Now, with this transaction, it was non-noticed, meaning they didn't self-declare. They didn't get that review, and so that might have been one reason for what resulted in this authority to order divestiture hasn't been exercised very often in history, and this was a rather extreme
So that was
result.
my question, is how often does this happen in the United States? And then is there any recourse where they, for example, the federal government has to reimburse them their costs or pay market value for the property, or if you know?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I'm not an expert on this subject. From what I understand from studying it, is that CFIUS review happens quite frequently, several hundreds of times a year, I think, if I remember right. And that's where entities foreign persons are interested in business, and so they go ahead and declare and get their clearance before they close a deal. And when there is a risk that CFIUS identifies, they will often work to mitigate that risk, or the interested party will get out of the deal, or they'll have some clever lawyers restructure how they were intending to progress and make sure that they get clearance. And that's, I think, fairly common, that a transaction might be halted because CFIUS has indicated they are going to make a negative recommendation to the president. Usually, I think they're cleared up that way. If they can't be cleared up that way, they make the recommendation. The president has, I think, taken action now 8 times, and more recently in recent years, due to some modernization in federal law in 2018. And the famous ones, I think, was TikTok. There were some other semiconductor transactions that were ordered. And usually it's divestiture, so the entity has an opportunity to sell off and get reimbursed. I'm not aware of any time that the federal government has said that the property would escheat to any state or be taken from an entity. Usually they're just not allowed to complete their business merger.
One of the questions, I think, as we review a potential bill is, has, at least regards to militaries, critical military structure, if the feds are doing it, why do we need to do it? Or is there, is there overlap? What happens in other states? Because that, if the feds act, then that takes our liability or risk away, which has some benefits to it. But
Well, that's one of the timely issues, is whether the state even can act in this area or whether it is preempted by CFIUS. And it is clear these deals that deal with military installations, that's very clear CFIUS has that authority. What's less clear is who would have authority over critical infrastructure, your power plants or your dams, and that kind of thing. And there probably is some overlap, it's just not as clear of the overlap. And so we've seen in Florida that their district court and then their Court of Appeals, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, said there's a substantial likelihood that CFIUS has preempted the field on this. And they cite to several cases without much explanation that just stand for the proposition that the president has great control over foreign adversaries and foreign policy, and that this kind of limits that control where the field is occupied. And so that will depend on what happens to Florida law. We'll see what happens with the 11th Circuit. They heard oral arguments in April, so it should come out soon.
Representative Larson, please.
Thank you. So Tamara, I think per what I think I heard you say on the federal part right now is the current example that we had, in Cheyenne, they didn't report. So they hadn't, so am I correct in thinking they had not been going through that process? Then the second thing that you mentioned that caught my attention is the length of time the feds have in responding to that. So those two items, so if the feds don't know that they're there and there's a transaction taking place, is it a reasonable or an appropriate thing to have something in place as a state? Or if the feds aren't responding in a timely manner, that, I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's gaps there, understanding that they've got jurisdiction, but if there's gaps there that they're falling through, or cracks that they're falling through, is there value in having a state statute to address that?
Sure. And Mr. Chairman?
Please.
That would be one of the state's arguments, at least the first question, is that this is actually helps the federal government carry out their charge by knowing more about the transactions, and they further the goals and the policy that is involved with the federal government. They know more about these local transactions and deals, because this was a non-notice transaction. And a lot of this depends on the entities themselves wanting to get that approval, so that way they know that their deal is secure. Otherwise, they live with the risk for their entire eternity of going through a non-notice CFIUS review and, wow, you have to sell your assets or divest yourself from your business. So it's generally desired to get that review. If the state is able to supplement the field, that's one argument, but we just don't know yet that level of preemption.
Please.
And then, as I'm kind of looking between Tamara and Director Budd, is there a difference in the definition of critical infrastructure from the Fed's perspective versus our state perspective?
Sure. And right now, CFIUS deals with business interests in critical infrastructure, but they do not deal with proximity to critical infrastructure. And so a state that has one of these laws would argue that they need this law to address critical infrastructure, facilities, and the locality of businesses that are buying up property next to them. And then, yes, there are differences in the definitional terminology within.
Okay, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tamara, first of all, great memorandum. I'm looking on page 2 specifically of your topic summary. And you have listed those House and Senate bills that deal with this issue. I see that 15 states have already enacted something to this effect. My question is, regardless of who has precedence, is there anything in the Wyoming State Constitution that we might run up against with regard to private property rights if in fact this committee wanted to take further action on restricting foreign ownership?
Tamara?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Wyoming Constitution does have one specific provision, Article 1, Section 29, that prohibits discrimination against resident aliens with enjoyment of property rights. And so a resident alien would be someone who is in the United States, probably resident could mean Wyoming. We don't know whether it means permanent resident or whether it means Wyoming, but other courts have looked at it and said it probably means their state. So it would be somebody who's in the United States on, let's say, an HB1 visa, meaning they're working in the United States for 3 years, or they're on a student visa, an F1 visa. So they're a resident, or they're then a permanent resident, which means they have a green card, or they are married, or they're in the United States to work. So they're allowed to work, they're living in the state of Wyoming, they're a resident alien. And our Constitution says that no distinction shall be made between resident aliens and citizens. So if you draft a bill that prohibits all citizens of the foreign adversary from owning property, and one of those citizens is in the United States legally and is residing, then you would be running afoul of that constitutional provision.
Follow up, Senator Salazar?
That answers my question. Thank you.
Representative Stith?
So, Tamara, following up on that, does the constitutional provision apply just to individuals, resident aliens? Do those have to be individuals as opposed to, say, a foreign owner controlled company?
Representative Stith?
Please.
That has not been interpreted in Wyoming. The two cases that reference it were dealing with specific citizens, British citizens, and in other states' cases, they generally reference specific individuals. So, without looking at it more, I can't say, but it certainly has been interpreted as applying to natural persons rather than corporations.
This provision of Wyoming Constitution, I read it with interest and read the other cases from other states where it's a similar provision. Just out of curiosity, not to go down and chase a rabbit, but does this date back to territorial days, this Article 1, Section 29?
Mr. Chairman, it was in the original Constitution and has not been amended. I looked at, there's a treatise on how the Wyoming Constitution was drafted, and it's Preemption. I looked at that, and it just says that it is similar to a couple other states' constitutional provisions, so it looks like we might have borrowed it, or our founders of our Constitution might have borrowed it from maybe South Dakota, or I'm not sure. That wasn't referenced, but it occurs in a few places.
I'm curious what kind of political currents were swirling around at the time that this made its in. Johnson County War, yeah, okay. All right, back on topic.
So I guess I could just leave you with some areas of policy to consider. You know, if you're going to consider legislation on this topic, are you going to need a constitutional amendment, or do you want to draft around that? Would it apply to agricultural land, to military installations, just to critical infrastructure, to some combination? Would it apply to all non-citizens? Do you identify them, or would you just reference the foreign government's identification of adversaries? Would it apply to people or to businesses? And if it's businesses, then how much ownership or participation do you need for it to be applicable? Then would it be prospective or retroactive? And if it's retroactive, then you have to look at how you're going to handle divestiture and that timeline, and what happens to the proceeds, and what happens to all the lien holders. Are you going to have a registration component? That's one of the self-enforcing kind of mechanisms that some other states do. Are you going to have a criminal penalty? And then do you need anything to implement enforcement?
Representative Larson?
In that, do you also have how that impacts existing ownership? So government's in good graces now, has ownership. Government changes, turns rogue. Is there repercussions for that type of action?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's in how you define foreign adversary.
Okay.
Are you going to say it's China, North Korea, or are you going to say it's whatever's on the arms, or the federal government's identification of adversaries? And if you identify the specific country, then you need to bring legislation to change that country if something changes. If you just reference federal regulations, then yes, suddenly the countries change and the ownership restrictions change.
The acronym is CFIUS?
They say it CFIUS.
CFIUS. And I'd be curious if so what I heard you say is CFIUS has a different definition of critical infrastructure, and it hits different transactions. CFIUS is business interests, whereas Wyoming, these other states are land ownership. But first, I'd be curious what it takes, and you don't have to answer it now, but what it takes to line up our definition of critical infrastructure with CFIUS, because the first thought that occurred to me, Mr. Co-Chair, is maybe we amend this law to simply say, we pass this information on to the feds just in case they missed it. I don't know that they've got the enforcement mechanism, but if it's a different type of transaction, it's business interest rather than land, I don't know how we reconcile those two. They're aiming at two completely different things. But I would be curious what it takes, if you can, and just a brief memo as to what it would take to line up our definition of critical infrastructure with CFIUS.
And I can follow up with that if you don't want to spend time on it right now.
Yeah.
Generally, I would just say that the opponents that are saying this is preempted are arguing for a more broad preemption, that any kind of law like this would mess with the president's authority over foreign relations. But it does seem, at least in the 11th Circuit case, that that very specific asset of both covering real property transactions near military installations is going to be significant.
Okay. Representative Stitt?
Mr. Chairman, so Tamara, if the Wyoming State Legislature adopted a bill that prohibited state sponsors of terrorism as determined by the Secretary of State from owning land in Wyoming, would that be preempted, or would that be constitutional because states have the right to determine property rights within their borders? Do you have an opinion about that?
Representative Sith and Mr. Chairman, I really don't know how it's going to come out on the preemption issue. The cases cited that deal with the preemption are pretty broad. They dealt with some laws in other states that just related to transactions with other countries generally. And so there might be a pretty broad level of preemption at play here. But I guess that just will be seen.
Okay, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Tamara, so then as you look at Senate File, is it 77 or 70? 77 that we passed last year? So with my recollection, it appears that that brings us up kind of to the edge of the jurisdiction of CFIUS, but doesn't infringe upon that, but I'm not sure. Do you see any conflicts with what we've done thus far in that bill? And is there anything that we need to correct where we're not getting ourselves amiss there with the federal actions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, with the way Senate File 77 is structured, it's just a duty to investigate. And so I don't see much overlap that I could identify for you to amend, but I can't say how it will be implemented and whether there might be challenges that come about.
Okay. Anything else, Tamara, or anything else from the committee for Tamara? Okay, all right. Representative Sherwood and then Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you so much, Tamara. Thanks for keeping us abreast. And I would just reiterate that if you do see something come out of the Florida case, that you would, send us some more information on that and help us stay in touch with that. And then I also understand from a memo that we received in our inbox that the USDA also tracks foreign investment of ag-owned land. And I don't know if there's a way to get a report of that drills down specific to Wyoming. Thank you.
That's right. Those transactions are reported, and I believe that's all, to some extent, public knowledge.
Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tamara, I'm curious in your research in other states on the reporting to the Homeland Security. So I buy a house and I buy a warehouse, and they're both in the same district where my name gets reported. But then I turn around and lease it to a foreign entity or to someone I don't know who. Was there any research? Am I responsible as a landlord is to report who I lease apartments to or warehouses to?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Zwanitzer, there are a lot of different approaches to that. And, some of the states' laws specifically cover leases, and then others protect businesses more by providing immunity. And they really put it all on the declarant to say, if you are going to sell land and you're going to buy land, you as a buyer need to identify yourself as one of these persons that need to report. And seller, you have no duty. Real estate agents, others, you have no duty to make sure you're not selling to a foreign adversary. For an adversary, so you have every duty. So that's one way they handle it.
Representative Zwanitzer.
I'm specifically looking if I rent, say, my place. Do I have any obligation to report that to any authority?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to look at that more. Some absolutely covered leasing in general, but I'd have to see duty to report as the leasee or leaser.
Then I'd be curious if they registered as a Wyoming LLC, so you had no idea who they were. Not to pick another sore point. Okay. What else, Tamara?
Leave the table for public comment now, if you'd like.
All right, anything else for Tamara before she moves out? All right, thanks, Tamara. Appreciate all your work on it. This was, it's kind of an interesting topic. I mean, it looks like you've got everything from con law to just statutory interpretation in there. It's neat. Okay, public comment. Got excited.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jody Levin. I'm here on behalf of the Trona industry and the Wyoming Mining Association. Given the number of bill drafts the last couple of years on this topic, the Wyoming Mining Association and the Trona industry specifically did request this as an interim topic. The Trona industry, as you might know, has significant foreign ownership. Three of the four current mines have foreign ownership, and both of the expansion projects are foreign ownership. So we felt it was appropriate to request this as an interim topic. It does go well beyond Trona. We see foreign ownership in uranium and in rare earths as well. So Mr. Detai is out on vacation this week and apologizes for not being here, but he did ask me to remind the committee that it is a big issue of concern for the mining industry generally. Obviously a huge issue of concern for Trona, but it is broader than Trona. So our main concerns tend to be broad definitions. Definition of agriculture in the bill drafts that we've seen before the legislature to date, that would include all land in Wyoming. So that's very difficult. We also have concerns about the definition of critical infrastructure when you look at it in two facets. One is a proximity issue. The Trona operations are located near what would be considered critical infrastructure. Flaming Gorge, I-80, substations, major electrical lines. So proximity issues become very important. The operations themselves can be defined as critical infrastructure. Chemical processing plants are critical infrastructure, and those operations provide over 90% of the U.S. soda ash market. So they are strategic assets to the United States. So we find ourselves in a massive quandary, to just be honest. There is not a great way of trying to figure out this issue. We've also been in touch with the Global Business Alliance. This is a trade association in DC that works with multinational companies and companies that are foreign headquartered but have operations in the United States. So we've been working with them to understand what they're seeing, either legislation in Congress or within the states. And the best language that they have been able to provide us is that list of foreign adversary. You know, that seems to be their recommendation of, if you're going to address it, try to address it in that manner. The other concerns I would say we have are, in addition to back to the definitions, definition of agriculture, definition of critical infrastructure, how you define the prohibition itself. If it's all foreign ownership, or if it is just specific countries, state sponsors of terrorism, foreign adversaries, all of those issues become pretty key in how we try to navigate through this topic. And then what the determination is. It's determined that you have foreign ownership near critical infrastructure, but that operation has been there for decades. Is that really a security risk to the United States? So it's how you do a review and investigation, not just a automatic prohibition. You can't be located near critical infrastructure, and if you are, you have to divest in 60 days or 120 days. You know, some of these operations in the Trona industry truly have been there for decades. And I think Representative Stith would agree with me, foreign ownership in Sweetwater County and Southwest Wyoming is a benefit to the state. These are some of the best high-paying jobs in the state of Wyoming. They are great taxpayers. They are wonderful corporate citizens. So I think I won't speak for him, but certainly from the industry's point of view, it's been a good thing for not only Southwest Wyoming, but for Wyoming generally.
Okay, and you have a gentleman here with you.
Yeah, my name's Craig Rood. I'm with Project West, one of the greenfield projects that's going in. I think Jody did a...
Did you call it a greenfield project?
Yeah, well, a new project, a new solution mine, $2.6 billion project that we're building a new Trona mine and soda ash processing facility. You know, we just had a lot of concern with the proposed legislation in the last session about the definitions of everything, like Jody mentioned. It's just a lot of uncertainty when you're investing that much money of what does critical infrastructure mean? Because we have major gas transportation lines running right within half a mile of where this proposed project is. So that all has a bearing on what would happen with the project, depending on what the definitions are. So that's our biggest concern is some certainty around what those definitions are. And as long as this proposed, or if there is proposed legislation hanging out there, it causes pause for our investors as we're doing a big project like this. And there's 2 of those large projects right now in the works in Southwest Wyoming, in addition to the 4 operating mines.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman.
Then Senator Anderson. And then Chief of Staff Perkins is on the line.
Mr. Chairman, Jody Levin did accurately describe my sentiments on the matter. The foreign ownership of the Trona mines in Sweetwater County is a benefit to the county and to the state of Wyoming. So my question for Jody and for Craig here as well is, if the state legislature adopted a bill that prohibited foreign ownership, that prohibited ownership of land by current designated foreign adversaries as designated by the United States, which currently is China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russian Federation, and Venezuela, would that cause you heartburn? Is that something that you would also find threatening? Or would that be something that, from your point of view, would be acceptable?
If you know.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt, the current list of the foreign adversaries is not a concern to the Trona industry. There's no ownership there. The concern is geopolitical forces and factors that may cause other countries to eventually go on that list. And that it's just difficult to know where we go with that topic.
Thank you. I saw Chief of Staff Perkins briefly, and then he logged off. Drew, did you have something for the committee? Is he back on? Don? There he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. It's good to see you again.
All right. Thank you. As you go about this, I think there's just 2 things that I would mention, and I actually been listening most of the morning. But first of all, as far as critical infrastructure sectors, I think the really only difference between what CFIUS is doing, which stands for the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. So it's CFIUS, and CFIUS is they're just looking at a subset of various critical infrastructures and particularly critical technologies. Critical infrastructure sectors are identified by Presidential Policy Directive 21. There's 16. So I think when we talk about critical infrastructure, I think we're really all talking about the same things. You're just now talking about certain subsets in some of the legislation, particularly the regulation that have come out. I think that the only other thing I would say as you go forward with this, I think it's one of those things I think you have to be very, very careful. I'll give you an example. You were talking about leasing. If you go to Florida, they have a general prohibition on ownership of real estate, or an interest, not ownership of real estate, but an interest in real estate within 5 miles of any critical infrastructure. They also provide for a limit, but they have a general default to 5 miles. And of course, they didn't necessarily limit it as Senate File 77 did. They kind of did it by nationality. And so I think when you do that, for example, if you just look at within F.E. Warren, if you drew a 5-mile prohibition on F.E. Warren, you would be basically including pretty much all of the city limits of Cheyenne would be excluded from any kind of if that was the radius. And of course, an interest in land would also include leasing or renting an apartment or renting a storage space or any of those types of things. So I think it's one of those things that you have to be really careful about how you paint a broad brush. I think the other part of it is that states have to be very, very careful when they talk about what is important for national security. I think that they run into exactly what you were advised of, Tamara, was that, that is certainly their preview. I think that there are other issues related to state security and the security of the state of Wyoming and the citizens of Wyoming that may provide a different attitude towards preemption. But the long and the short of it is, I think the great thing about the work that was done from Senator Nethercott's bill last year was all it did right now was work or set up a framework to begin to identify real estate transactions within a certain proximity of critical infrastructure. Didn't create prohibitions, didn't do anything else. I think the idea was simply that the state would act as the eyes and ears of particularly the feds, and then relay that information if there's a problem with that. I think the other issue that y'all have identified, Mr. Chairman, is with the respect of beneficial ownership, that it's one thing to be a foreign national, which might be an individual or a company that's clearly identified, has a relationship to a prohibited country, that in the case of Senate File 77, the one that's listed as a foreign adversary by the United States. I think that's also then the Treasury under the FinCEN is now requiring the registration of beneficial ownership on corporations, particularly private corporations. So this is all start coming together eventually, and that is going to be a big key that you've already identified is who and where do you find and where is that beneficial ownership information going to be deposited. Right now, it certainly is with FinCEN is requiring that, but at some point, I think that this legislature is going to have to decide that if that's appropriate place, the Secretary of State has a role to play in identifying and maintaining beneficial ownership interests, even if it is confidential. It still may be a requirement. There's a number of tremendous practicalities associated with standing this up. And how you do this, simply if you look at the 16 areas of critical infrastructure and you're going to do a proximity, I think you have to be incredibly careful about that proximity because it just becomes impractical. As identified, you could easily exclude anybody inside Cheyenne. If you start talking about within a pipeline or a gas line or an interstate, and start limiting proximity to them, you very quickly in residential and agricultural areas can have broad unintended consequences. And I think then the last thing I would say is, as you look about this, I think that the other thing that's very tricky is that when you look at ag land, it's a very different prohibition with respect to ag land, in that if all ag land is deemed to be critical infrastructure, then I don't know how you go about this in a meaningful way other than simply prohibiting certain individuals, nationalities, or other people affiliated with those things from owning farmland. And that may be that's going to have its own challenges. All that being said, it's ironic that I think it was in 1999 or maybe 2000 or maybe even as late as 2001, there was a prohibition on foreign ownership of, I think, ag land, if not simply land in Wyoming is repealed, had been in there. It came in as part of the anti-Japanese furor and right around after World War II, but was on the books and prohibited ownership of land in Wyoming, I think particularly ag land, unless those individuals were either eligible to become Wyoming or U.S. citizens or were U.S. citizens, but as long as you had that eligibility. And that was just removed from the books, like I say, less than 2 decades ago, I think. So there's a very interesting, there's an amazing amount of flexibility with the ability for states to control alien ownership of real estate within its boundaries. And it comes and I think that you're right in the interpretation. You're mostly looking for residents. You're talking about Wyoming. Anyone who's not in Wyoming may be considered as an alien who's not a Wyoming resident. But that's all I have. It's a fascinating, it's very far reaching. And I think you have to be incredibly careful because the risk of unintended consequences is very, very great. And I think that was one of the great decisions that the legislature made with respect to the Senate file last year. In doing that is it doesn't do anything other than start up and try and enable the state to begin to figure out how to deal with, monitor, and report any kind of foreign ownership near or interest in real estate near critical infrastructure. There's a lot of work to be done to set that up, and it'll take some time to do that. But anyway, that's all I have for you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Committee members, anything for the Chief of Staff?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right, thanks, Drew. Anything else for Ms. Levine? No? All right. Thank you both.
I got something for Rude.
Wait, Senator Anderson, also,
Yes.
you do have something for Drew.
Mr. Chairman, no,
All right.
I have something for Craig Rude.
Oh, Craig Rude, okay.
Craig Rude, yeah. Can you give us ownership of the Trona mines that we want to support, including your new operations?
So our project is 100% owned by Cinner, which is a Turkish company. Genesis Alkali is the only US-owned trona mine. Solvay is Belgium-owned. Tata is Indian-owned. And Sisicam is Turkish-owned, as well as the other project, Pacific Soda, is Turkish-owned.
So there's no French
There
ownership?
there used to be, but
Yeah.
not anymore.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Yeah. And what's the interest of the Turks? Do they have is Trona mining historically, or is it just pure investment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 trona mines in Turkey that are in situ mines, which is the technology we're bringing to Southwest
see.
Wyoming. So
Okay.
we do have 2 operating mines.
So they're
in Turkey.
leveraging that technology.
Yes.
All right. Anything else for Mr. Rude or Ms. Levine? Okay, Mr. Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. My member's policy is to prohibit foreign ownership of resources in Wyoming. But one of our large concerns is that we're worried about a safe, dependable food supply. Granted that Wyoming isn't the largest player, but we want to keep the resources that are used to produce food and fiber in the hands of U.S. citizens. The legislation that we've had previously, because of that not discriminating against aliens, that we've been told that all the legislation previously would have been unconstitutional. And I'm hearing that might not be the case, but I do want to recognize we share the concerns with the mining industry, that we don't want to keep our friends out that are doing a good job. It's more the adversarial nations coming in and controlling our food supply and other aspects of our economy that we're most worried about. So I would invite the committee to take a deeper look into this. What can we do? What can we not do? But to keep this topic on the forefront to figure out what we in Wyoming can do. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would sit for any questions you may have.
Okay, anything for Mr. Moline? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, so then, Mr. Moline, would you be in favor of amending the Wyoming Constitution to prohibit someone, say, from, Chinese national or a French national from owning a farm that produces wheat and exports it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's a very good question. My gut reaction interpreting my member's policy would that if that food produced was available for the U.S. economy and would be part of the supply to keep a safe, dependable food supply, our concerns wouldn't be that great, especially with a country that tends to be more friendly towards us. But if that was for an example, a Korean company that tends to not be very favorable to the United States, and that production was not part of the U.S. supply and was just taken to their country, that we would have concerns with that. As far as amending the Constitution, I think I need to get a better answer. Is what we're doing, is it unconstitutional? By having, how is alien defined? Is it alien being defined as a non-resident of the United States or of Wyoming? That seems to be a little bit up in the air. So I realize I'm pretty wishy-washy on my answer, sir, but I guess that it would depend. probably amending the Constitution is a big deal to my members. We don't like, it would take something very unusual for us to support a constitutional amendment.
Okay, anything else from Mr. Moline? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moline. Anybody else before we break for lunch? Late. Anyone? All right, we'll close that topic out. Please. Oh, there was, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if you wanted just a quick recap and some housekeeping items before you adjourn.
Please, yeah, because otherwise the tour, we won't have a chance to do it. Good catch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tour begins at 2:30. It's approximately 2 miles west on Highway 16, and it will be on the south side or the left-hand side as you go toward the Bighorn Mountains. Tomorrow's meeting will commence at 8:30 a.m. as opposed to today was 8 o'clock, so it's 8:30 at the Camplex in Gillette. You did receive, or we've received a number of requests. I won't go through all of the details on them, but just to refresh your memory, you asked the State Construction Department and their contractor, Mr. Small, a work plan of WYDOT, the scope of potential strategic plans, other state activities, particularly Oregon, and reports from Minnesota as well. You inquired of the State Construction Department the list of non-covered entities, so that's like the Lottery Corporation, the instrumentalities of the state, the Wyoming Energy Authority, Wyoming Community Development Authority, and the like. You requested from this local school district, Johnson County School District, the expenditures of routine maintenance as judged against the K-12 funding model formula. The Department of Health is going to provide you this fall with some options to reconsider on with respect to the Veterans Home, and you asked LSO for the list of land, ag lands owned by foreign entities, as well as a definition of critical infrastructure and its alignment to CFIUS versus the state's definition. 2 more quick points, if I might, Mr. Chairman. You received 2 handouts. That was not on your agenda, but I wanted to alert you. One of them will impact your September meeting. You'll be meeting in Douglas in the middle of September, and one of your topics on the agenda is the Law Enforcement Academy. So one of those 2 handouts directly addresses that. The other handout is an appropriations issue related to the state parks and cultural resources and an MOU with the city of Cheyenne and I think perhaps Laramie County. And then finally, we kind of skipped over, but I wanted to at least alert you to draft 0064, which was about a 55-page draft, which incorporates 2024 House Bill 75 with engrossed amendments, that's all of the House amendments, and all of the Senate amendments that were adopted prior to failing final passage. It is then incorporates the request of the State Construction Department, which is all of the strategic planning or the 20-year long-term plan. There were a number of policy issues, and I don't mean to preempt Tamara, but there are a number of policy issues when you do walk through that bill to incorporate not only those 2 ideas, but also the Senate amendment or amendments, incorporating them in somewhat different fashion. So at some point, likely at your September and/or October meetings, if you wish to proceed along that line, that will require some additional attention. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Don. Just one quick follow-up, Don. I noticed that on tomorrow, we talk about a comprehensive review of gaming. We open up for public comment. Then we come back for a comprehensive review of gaming and open it up for public comment again. I'm wondering why we do that twice. Usually public comment is at the end.
Mr. Chairman, these really were maybe a staff error, but we tried to outline the work of the working group and separate that from the follow-ups that you made, requests of the agency at your May division. So the first section of the agenda relates to the draft legislation, and I think there are 4 bills, all an outgrowth of the working group. And then the second part of the legislation or the agenda relates to the agency and their follow-ups from your requests.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'm concerned that, and thank you, Don, I'm concerned that after the working group reports we opened up for public comment, we won't get to the 2 p.m. facility tour. I mean, there's a lot of interest in this thing. I'm wondering if we could move public comment to the very end after the entire comprehensive review, and then if we can get some idea of how many people are going to testify. It might be a bit late to ask them to sign up at this point, but I'd like to get my arms around the public comment. That could go on for quite a while.
I agree, and I've got, there's one or two folks that want a public comment that I know they have to leave before noon. And I know that Representative Davis wanted to get his shots in early as well, as we have an email from him. But I would concur that as we run the meeting tomorrow, we'll limit public comment, and to the extent that we have a limited clock, and if after we review the draft bills and just have a discussion on them, depending on the timing of it, I would concur that we may condense public comment towards the end versus opening it up for only a limited amount of time and just addressing the bills in particular, whatever we talked about that morning, so we'll just control the flow.
So Don, if you could remind us in the morning, first to right off the bat, let's ask folks that want to testify on either one of these to sign up, so we have some idea. And if they have a handout, that they not give it to us 30 seconds before they testify, but that they can get it to us in advance. And then it'll come to me as to what the other one was. That when we go to public comment on the review of gaming, we're to ask them to limit their comments just to that. You know how people come up and they're all of a sudden they're way off the topic. Let's keep them just right on those bills for those that have public comment on it. That'd be great.
And then before we break, Mr. Co-Chair, I mean, tomorrow we can discuss, and what I'd like the committee to think about this evening is, do we form a working group to work a draft gaming bill or bills? I'm sorry, not gaming, but foreign ownership. My concern, you have a couple of concerns. There may be another 4 or 5 bills that hit the floor next session. And to prevent, or to be in a mode where we're not fighting those bills, if we have something in draft or that we can review this fall and have something in our holster, whether we pull it out or not, I think that would be worth the effort to do. So, and anyone that might be interested as part of that, just to think about that for tomorrow and then through the fall.
Yes, if we do that, I'd be happy to help out, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't be happy, but I'd help out.
Anyway, that's all I have for.
Anybody else, any committee members before we break for lunch? All right, we'll see you up at the Vets Home at 2:30.